Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, October the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson. Sound is good. Okay, Paradox, you beat me to it. Just asking for a sound check. You guys can see my screen, right? Just want to make sure you guys can see my screen. Okay, good. Well, quite a bit to get to. Lots of earnings plays. Big buyout today. AMD is actually an earnings play, and I guess they completed that rumored buyout of Xilinx XLNX. So AMD is actually was up. Sorry, it was up here, but it's just fading a little bit. Maybe on the news of the buyout, but it is also an earnings play. So XLNX bought out by by AMD. And a pharma EXAS. See if it's still up, kind of flatlining. Looks like they were the ones who were bought out, but they bought a private company called Thrive. Excuse me. CATB. Big gap down on suspension of their drug trial. Look at this, 64%. Again, I hope nobody was caught in this one. So suspension of their drug trial. Couldn't see any news for this one, ISIG, but it had gapped up. Yep, it's still holding actually. ISIG, gap up, big gap up after hours. Just can't see any specific news on it. SPI, the wild ones from a couple of weeks ago. SPI, now look at this, it's really fading. They say they're spinning off a division of theirs called Solar Juice, and they're going to create an IPO. The earnings play that everybody will know. Harley Davidson, HOG earnings play, nice gap up for it. Look at this gap right there, taking care of all that. Take a look at the monthly chart. It has room. Again, we always have to wait for the market to open, see where it's going to really go, but HOG is a nice gap up so far. Corsair, CRSR. It's fading a little bit here. Excuse me. This was an IPO back here. It's doing pretty well. Another analyst has upgraded it, Davidson. Have said esports demand will continue to grow. So that is that's one of the reasons why CRSR is up today. CHFS. Again, it says a shipped Aquadex product. Okay, so there's your news for CHSF. Don't have a lot of faith in this one holding. 753 at the top, 675 here. However, I remember DSS yesterday. I think I said the same thing about DSS. Look at the run it had at the end of the day. SunW, SUNW. Yeah, it had gapped up. It's starting to fade a little bit, 331 down to 297 now. MEDS, MEDS. MEDS is an earnings play. They release earnings after hours. You can see the move area, huge reaction after hours. Kind of muted now. Low float, 3 million the float. And SMED, not to be confused with MEDS. This is another earnings play, gap down on earnings. Look at this gap though, man, I mean, it's way below all this on that daily. Take a look at the weekly. The next low looking left is about 450 or so. So, definitely keep an eye on this one for a continuation fade off earnings today. Staff. This was super active. Let's see if it's holding. It's pulled back a little bit. This has been in the works for a while. They say they've completed their successful debt restructuring. LRN is an earnings play. LRN released earnings. I know we had it wrong, but LRN is an earnings play, gapped up after hours, still kind of holding. LRN. Boy, you can take this out. Look, I mean, look at this area it's at. I mean, look at this daily chart right here. And look where it is, 31.37. And the high's right there. It's almost to the penny. 31.33. And this is a little higher, I think, 31. I'm sorry, that's 31.33. And that's 31.33. Man, they're both at 31.33 on that daily chart. And it's sitting just at 31.37. So keep an eye on LRN. I mean, it could start to cruise into this void. CAMT, our small one, it's an earnings play. Not very much volume yet. I only recognize it just because it's up 8%. Not very much volume. It's a low float, but it is an earnings play. You can see it's trying to challenge that high right there. CSTM, another small earnings play. And it had, it was up here at one point, 11.10, so it's back down to 10.60. Another one that, well, I mean, if it can take out 10.70, it had earlier. Has a little bit of room on that monthly chart, up to about 13. Shutterstock, SSTK. Not very much volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Big gap up on that daily chart. Big gap up. Again, just have to wait to see if all this holds. 22 million in the float, so it's a low float. More expensive. That's, I mean, that's a very low float for a $67 stock. SSTK. LSCC. Okay, another earnings play and another one. Look at the gap on the weekly chart. It's broken free. Again, not very much volume. I'm only pointing these out because, you know, once the market opens, obviously the volume is going to pick up. And if it can hold the gap, then we might have a runner. OPTT, yes, I just snuck in sort of at the end of my work here. Big gap right there, OPTT. Contracts with ACET for U.S. and now it's teasing me, U.S. Navy Slammer Initiative. So it's teaming with ACET, which is a public company, ACET. No, that's not right. No. This is ACET. This is the, sorry, Virginia-based Adams Communications and Engineering Technology. This is a pharma, so I guess the ACET that they're teaming with is not a public company. And CNC, another one that just snuck in as I was completing my pre-market work. CNC, another earnings play, the gap down off earnings, but now 6280 is the 200-day moving average. You see the green line right there. So a few things. This is a word. I don't have very many stocks on my watch list today, so I don't have no idea how many we're going to get alerted to today. If you want to follow along, just click from the toolbar, click on New and Channel Bar and my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. I've gone back to the 15-minute delay. So you'll see nothing in these two windows until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. You should start to see some alerts right when the market opens in this window. And remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Yeah, actually, I mean, PRT, well, my take is that it's, you know, I mean, the trigger was what, 12 1265 or so, 1260, something like that. So I mean, I mean, I'd wait. You know, I don't think there's any mad rush yet, but at least it's over the trigger price. I mean, yesterday, I mean, it didn't do too badly considering what happened in the market yesterday. Now, right now, as we speak, the market is just mildly, it's basically, I would call that flat. I'd say mildly positive. All right, let me do a quick check. Yeah, I saw that GOED. The reason I didn't talk about it is that, yeah, maybe I should. Okay, well, keep an eye on GOED. GOED. It was, looked like it was really starting to fade. I saw that pop and then I saw this big drop, but some more volume is coming in. And rallies in early trade on appliances connection acquisition. Okay, so it's an acquisition that they're doing. But, you know, I never know what's going to happen here. I mean, 1.3 million in the float. This will be the crazy one for sure today. I don't think this is an IPO. I may be wrong, but I just don't think so. I think probably what happened is a symbol name change here based on that float. But it is certainly on the move. GOED. Yeah, Lenny, it does. Well, you know, you don't have to act exactly on the entry, but yes, I mean, that's the whole idea. You get a real-time alert, and in theory, that would be the entry, and the exit is automatically placed too. All right, let's see, 9:17, let me quickly go to briefing.com and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. And as usual, a few more upgrades and downgrades. Not a ton more. Yesterday there were a lot more. Guys, you know what? Keep an eye on this ANAB, A-N-A-B. I've been talking about this for at least a week, maybe 2 weeks, as that potential swing. I mean, it is still breaking free. The reason I mention it again right now is that I see it has an upgrade from Wedbush. And I think it is really starting to break free now. And I'm going to bring up the chart once I finish the upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And take a look at ANAB. Yeah, Taylor, you know, this is an ongoing issue. Some people, it may be going to your spam filter. The only thing I can suggest is go to the home page. I'm going to give you the home page link and start a live chat with somebody and say, hey, I'm not receiving the trade of the week. They're going to ask for your email so they can check your account, okay? Otherwise, maybe check your spam filter. So this is this, wow, look at ANAB now, guys. Wow, I mean, this is, you know, I've been mentioning this one right here. No, not right there on a 25 break. Remember on that monthly chart right about there? And that's 25 break. Look at it now, $29. I've been talking about this one for, well, let's see, when did it break? At least 2 weeks now. And why? Just look at the void. I mean, look at the room it could move into. I'm, of course, always saying, I'm not saying it's going to get to $41 or $40, but man, look at the void though on ANAB. All right, let's take a look at some of the downgrades this morning. Not as many downgrades. Oops. I see some, actually interesting, I see some solar plays are getting downgraded. You got SunPower and Sedge and JKS downgraded. Are there shorts available? Let's just see. GOED, and the answer for me is no. There are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, I'm not saying to buy it now, Lily. It's this is a swing. This is a potential swing alert. That's all. I mean, of course, I'm not saying buy it now. This is a swing alert that I've been talking about for almost 2 weeks. You know, swing trades, you don't need volume. I mean, obviously, it's going to have more than 1,600 shares, but so Hog, good morning, Real. Hog could be the, I mean, name recognition, of course, Harley Davidson, and a big gap up here on that daily chart, and it has some room, $37 or so on that monthly chart. And when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just indicating that at least on the day, on not the daily chart, the monthly chart, at least it doesn't have any chart resistance. But it's a great breakout on the daily chart. You're talking, yeah, of course, I don't have AUDC on my list. Let's see, AUDC is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. AUDC is an earnings play. The other one is gapped up. AIG, you know, there's another one that I haven't really paid attention to. It's through the 200-day moving average. Big float, 860 million in the float. Okay, so what I did is I sorted, see how many, we're starting to get a lot of earnings plays now. We'll have a ton more next week. I think there are about maybe 800 companies releasing earnings next week. All these 0.25s and minus 0.25s, this is the column I have it sorted on just to sort of take a look at some of these earnings plays that are popping up in the pre-market. So anything 0.25 means they release earnings before the market opened, and minus 0.25 means they released after hours yesterday. So we're starting to get more and more. Here are the ones that are gapped down. Yeah, we just have to pay, well, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, patterns traded, so you're just going to have to sort of sit tight and watch what we do. I mean, what I'm showing right now is the pre-market action on these two windows here. Once the market opens, you know, I'll start to get some alerts. I am more of I look at stocks that are trading near the highs and lows of the day, but we have a lot of great traders in the room. Just kind of follow along, and when they mention a stock, you know, bring it up on a chart. I probably will do the same, and we'll see what they're looking at. Also, I should do this. Let's see, 9:24, just before the market opens. I want to put in the test drive link. So anybody who is looking, no, Ogun, we don't. Next test drive sign up. I'm going to put that right in here. hopefully I'm going to have a better what we call landing page maybe at the end of this week. But if you click on that link right now, the next test drive sign up, we do know that the test drive is going to start on November the 9th and run to November 20th. That is 2 full trading weeks. What does it mean? It means that for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for those 2 trading weeks. Okay? And so if you click on that next test drive sign up link, fill it in, you'll then get a notification sent back to you exactly when it's going to start. We do know it's November 9th, but the sign up procedure. No, Angel, no. No historical data feature, no. All right, 9:26, so I will minimize these two. We'll get set. I'll put it on the simulator. Oh, I don't have to do it there anymore. I can just click on sim. Again, this is a development version of TraderDiz that I'm using. You can notice here now it's a lot easier to figure out where Brokerage Plus is and how to connect to the simulator, or if you want to connect to your Interactive Brokers account live. Okay. Yeah, how do I tell? If no audio, of course you can't hear me. All right, so I typically do not trade the first 15 minutes of the day, so I just like to see things settle down just a little bit. Just have to load a couple of scans on my other monitor. All right, the CATB continues its gap down, suspending a drug trial. Never very encouraging, of course. And it's down 66%. So again, hopefully nobody was in this holding this one before that happened. That's why bios can be so tricky. Okay, give me a second here, guys. I'm just making an adjustment. Okay. And one more thing I have to do. Okay. We're open. Sorry about that. My goodness, forgot it. Snuck up on me. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. All right, so Hog starts off a little bit weak. Not super weak, of course, just a little bit weak. I didn't think much of this staff. It's not, yeah, it is shortable. This is shortable for me. Okay, Hog is now starting to move here. Right back. But again, in the first 15 minutes, we can get, pretty big swings up and down. Not just for Hog, but for most stocks. And there's that go at just. Now look at this, 17.85 gives up $1 just like that. And we now have a halt. And of course, then Go Ahead got halted on the way down. So, hope nobody chased this one. It just got halted on the way down. It's a very, very low float. 1.3 million in the float. There, KALA starting to gap down. I mean, again, guys, look how crazy these things can be. 860, it hits in the pre-market, actually higher than that. 880 in the pre-market. It was fading, and then the market opens, and look out. Boy, this is really getting wrapped here. Actually, the news was FDA approval of its drug, and that was I'm seeing this at around 7 o'clock. Hence the pop. But once the market opens, I mean, this is are they announcing a financing now too? Hog, guys, is on the move. Hog is on the move. HOG. Okay, what is the market doing? The market looks like it's starting to weaken here. Yeah, so the market is starting to weaken here. It was mildly positive right here. Okay, SPWR on the way down here. It is of course, it's a solar, and it had a downgrade like some of the solars this morning. I noticed SPWR. I don't know why it wouldn't show. I don't know why it wouldn't show. I mean, mine is here, so I maybe have a filter in that's preventing it. I honestly don't know. I mean, I can give you mine. This is what I'm using, so I have no idea. I have no explanation because the volume is certainly high enough. So guys, I mean, you've got to watch yourself again today. I mean, if the market starts giving it up again, I mean, just watch your longs. Of course, this SPAQ is trying to have a comeback. And how brutal has this been for the last 9 days or so, 2 weeks or so? SPAQ from 15 down to 10, trying to come back a little bit here. But, I mean, if the market continues down, any sort of a bounce is going to be suspect. So you know that I'm sure you probably do know this, right? Paradox. EXAS is buying a company called Thrive. All right, SRR. Wow, look at this one, Scholar Rock. So some of these educational plays. Is this China? No, it's not China. Okay, SRRK. Look at this gap here. Wow, 20 million in the float. Very low float. Look at this gap for this one. I thought it's not an earning. It's not an earnings play. I don't think. Okay, so this is. I'm sorry. This is not a. I got misled by the name of it. I thought it was an education play. It is not. I just saw a Scholar. It's actually a bio. The spinal muscular atrophy. So it's not a COVID play. It is shortable for me anyway. It's our RK. But look at the gap. Wow. I sort of saw this one, but I didn't. There was no volume. But look at the volume now. Okay, again, I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Yeah, so the PRTS, I mean, it's still have to do. I'm just going to wait on it. I mean, if it triggers again, what was the trigger again? 1360, 1365. It's a trade of the week. It's a little more promising in the pre-market, but there was not very much volume. There's no volume right now. Wow. Supreme Ripage here for SRRK. That's with the low float, 20 million in the float for a $20 stock now. There's some symmetry there. What's having a nice pop here is SMED. This is an earnings play. It was down. It is still down, but it is having a pop. SMED, SMED. I'm surprised, a little surprised that SRRK has not been halted. And it's not halted. it's just math. It just obviously, even though it looks like it should have, it hasn't gone up enough in the prescribed amount of time. It just looks like it's. I mean, the all-time high. Well, I don't know if it's the all-time high. This may be a symbol name change or something. I don't know really, but 2201. Because I'm looking at the lifetime, it's a little over 50%. But the next high looking left, highs looking left are on 21 on that weekly chart for SRRK. Okay, EVK, this was a flyer last week. Look, it got up to 677. Having a nice move now. Another low float situation, almost 4 million in the float. TTM is an earnings play. A little bit of volume. It's an earnings play. India stock, I believe. Yeah, car company out of India, and probably a lot of resistance right around 10. We're in sync, yes. I did see there was. Yeah, it has a contract with. This is not the symbol, but it's a company called ACET, a private company. That was the news for OPTT, such as it is or was. Oh, it was shortable too for me. All right, Meds on the move again here. This is, wow, I mean, look at this gap up after hours. Earnings play, MEDS. Okay, so it is, okay, it's in the pharma industry, but it's okay, web-based, marketplace focused, etc., etc. Okay, so they're not, and we just have another halt. SYNL just got halted. Wow, look at this one. I don't think I've seen this one before. SYNL just got halted. Meds on the move. MEDS on the move. Now this one just got halted, and another low float situation. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. SYNL, where are they out of? Richmond, Virginia. Okay. It just got halted. Now, when I'm looking at this, the bid and ask, it's actually stacking up underneath the halt price of 5 as we speak. Doesn't mean that's going to hold, but I see 470, 470. Harley Davidson hog. After the initial, a little bit of move, got all the way down to 32 and popped $2. SRRK is still, we go down to 19 something, back up to 21. All right, this is another earnings play. AGNC, another earnings play, is pulled back, just not too much actually, only about a dime. Don't think it has a lot of room though. Look at that daily chart. Looks like could be a lot of blockage right here, not that far away. It's too bad. It is an earnings play, AGNC. Ooh, this was an earnings play, HSBC. The big float, 4 billion. I usually shy away from those, but it is starting to fade, HSBC. All right, little one, Emerson Radio, MSN. Look at this. Look at this pop from 95 cents, 95 over $1 now. MSN, pretty low float, 21 million. Not crazy low, but it is pretty low float. However, you know, look at on that weekly chart. Looks like 130 could really stall it. All right, now I don't normally put stocks on my watch list that are over $20. I thought I would put this one in today though, because it is an earnings play. So 34.51. However, Israel says it's getting pretty extended. And if you look at that monthly chart, the high is 36.02. So that is the next challenging area, 36 approximately. Morning TR. Okay, Meds. Oh, Meds was halted also. Meds got halted. I didn't see that. Okay, so SYNL, now the bid ask is stacking up 510, 510, so a little bit over the halt price. And what's the market doing? Market is a little disconnect. Tech is up. Dow's down, SPY is just down a little bit, but tech is up. Boy, no stopping SRRK yet. This is short. How many shares? Just for fun. A lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. 182,000 shorts are available. I'm not going to do it now, or I may never do it. This is just trading a mind of its own. I did see this one in the pre-market. I just but it flattened out. Just flattened out. I thought Okay, SYNL just opened. SYNL just opened. Just hovering underneath 5. The SSNT is real mentioned. Okay, Meds just resumed. Meds resumed. Pretty whippy still. Looking at that bid ask, 682, 694, so it's a tough spread on Meds. Wow, SRRK, if he gets right, this is going to turn into, I think, an incredible short, but it's just, no stopping it yet. You would have been guessing wrong all the way up. All right, Kala continues down here. Kala, K-A-L-A, crazy action. Initial reaction to their FDA approval was great. Maybe this is some drug that has such a small market. I have no idea. Because once the market, it faded. Now once the market opened, it really faded. trade of the week is not NEM, Robert. No. Trade of the week is PRTS. Again, no. It's kind of holding. I mean, the trigger, it's still just a little bit below the trigger. Again, tough market to go long in right now. Okay, BEN is an earnings play. BEN is an earnings play. Now there's a 200-day moving average. Just a little bit under 21. So it's getting close to the 200-day moving average, BEN. Yeah, you know, I'm still following the. I gotta load the other one then. I don't have it loaded. I'm still kind of following the other AI, as I call it, AI 2.0. If you not the 2.0, where are you? I don't see anything really astonishing from the AI right now, or is it? All right, AMKR is starting to fade badly here. This is another earnings play. AMKR really starting to fade. Release earnings after hours. Initial reaction. I mean, it's initial reaction was pretty positive. Look at it, got all the way up to 14 something. It's down to 1177. AMKR though is fading badly. It may challenge the 200-day moving average. 1125. Look at this. Yeah, that's because I have a purpose. I delay this on purpose for 15 minutes, Jim. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, it's an on-purpose delay. So look at the summary. Stocks were the alert at least 15 minutes after the open. So we do see them right off the bat here in the repeating version, but again, I'd be a little reluctant on really anything until we get a nice big green bar, and that's our SPY. Oh, Kala continues down here. KALA, I just, man, I mean, you just look at the news on it. You know, FDA okays their drug. Now that's the headline. You know, I did not dive in, but there's something wrong with the approval. Nothing in the basic new. Sorry guys, I forgot to load the other one. Okay, where are we? Basic new highs. No, well, it didn't have any anyway. No, same thing. Just give me a moment here. I've got so many, I've got to start paring down my number of things that I'm following here. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to find. Just load it. Okay. All right, well, it's good information, Biomat. Look at SRRK. Is it? Well, at some point, this is going to turn into an incredible short, but I mean, it's, I mean, it's very extended, but Barry, what? No, I didn't see your question. I didn't see your question, Kaiser. Must be way up. No, ISIG is surprising me. Look at the bottoming tails here on that 15-minute chart, right at 132 and popping off here. I don't understand the question. The settings, you have to always go to the home page and start just like I do. Oh, on the chat. That I don't know. I've not done anything in the chat forever in terms of colors and all that. I'm surprised it's just not a, maybe the gear icon. Is there not something here? Otherwise, I don't know. I just don't know. The gear icon, maybe there's a save feature. I just don't know. This is not part of Trade Ideas as such. We contract this out, so I'm not sure. Maybe somebody else knows. I don't. All right, so ISIG, keep an eye on it. I mean, I know it's already, there's the next high looking left. I mean, if it could look at the volume, 47 million shares, 7 million, 7.7 in the float. Traded the float almost 7 times, maybe 6.5 times. Yeah, I mean, it's not, you got to be so careful. I mean, you know, the temptation is to short this. There could almost be a red bar ignored here. Meanwhile, AMKR continues its move down towards that 200-day moving average on earnings. Hello, Tony. So this, we're a little bit mixed. Tech, NAS is up, Dow is down, SPY is up a little. Maybe that big downward momentum of yesterday is over, but you see right now the SPY is flattening out. OPTT sinking again off that consolidation from the 2 minute. It's actually gone negative after the big pop pre-market. Still a little scary, the SRRK. I guess if you take just a few shorts and AMKR continue. Wow, it's actually getting. Look at that, guys. It's right at that 200-day moving average now. AMKR, and now just a little bit through it. You would think maybe 11 could hold it. Wow, this, I did not take this. I did not take this as a swing. I talked about it quite a bit on a 25 break. I'm just not a huge swing trader, but people like to. I just offered the opportunity here on the 25 break for ANAB, and man, oh man, I mean, it still has room. Preston, I don't know. We don't. Most of us in the room use the 8 EMA crossing above or below the 20 SMA. So I have no idea on the 5 and the 8. Well, the big question is that 200-day going to hold for AMKR? Real mentioned Shoe earlier. Shoe is strong. It's another earnings play. Volume is starting to pick up. It really had not much volume in the pre-market. Volume is starting to pick up, but look at this 25.45. Look where it is, 25.40, right at the 200-day moving average. Yeah, SRRK does not look like it's completely done yet. Yeah, that little pullback, hardly a big one, and now it's starting to move again. So what Real is talking about here is this could be right. Well, again, it's right into that 200-day, 25.45. I mean, it's right into it. 25.27 right now. There's a 200-day moving average, 25.45. So it's right into it now. Tried to get a little bit above it, and it's stalled. So I mean, yeah, this could be ripe for a short. Out of my price range. Yeah, the 1004 AIs. All right, we just got another halt. Okay, so this is a halt, but this is one of these SPACs that have come out of the woodwork. So this is again LUXAU, another one of these SPACs, SPACs. So look it up, special purpose acquisition companies. There's just so many now, and they all start around $10. So really nothing to see. It's not a halt. It's one of the quirks of our halts resumes that a lot of times if it's an IPO, it'll show up as a resume. Yeah, I don't, Bill. I mean, you can always ask for it if nobody else has it in the room that saved it. I don't have it, but you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and request it. I mean, guys, look. I mean, look how choppy these things can get. Look at SPAC. It looked like it was going to rip, and now right back down. SPAQ. All right, keep an eye on this SYNL. It got halted right around 5, right at 5. It hasn't moved, really. And it has some room, so I'm going to stick an alert if it takes out 5 again. A price alert, say 506, takes it out a little bit later. All right, so AMKR is really holding the 200-day moving average pretty well. Well, it's hard to know if it's done. I mean, it's certainly resting. It's flattening out a bit. What's the spread like? 23.19, 23.35. So it's not disgusting for a 20 million share float for a $23 stock, but I mean, really, I mean, it's just flattening out right now, kind of basing a bit. The interesting thing, though, of course, topping tails on the 5-minute chart, topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, what does that mean? The buyers had it up here. The sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down. Are they in control? We don't know yet. We know the only thing we know is not going to stay here for the rest of the day. And that's about all we can know. All right, guys, I'm just trying to keep an eye on this SRK. Yeah, it's not over. I mean, okay, so there's the move up. All right, mentioned this MSN earlier. It did get up to 115 or 116, but it looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away for MSN. So all right, so Cassie is on the move, but the high right there on that monthly chart is 205. That could stall it. Now, if it can get through 205 for Cassie, CASI, it has some room up to that 250 mark on that monthly chart. Okay? And it's not a low float, 72 million in the float. An interesting day, couple of days. There was Friday's action, topping tail, sold off. sell off with the rest of the market. Did come back up. Yeah, it just made a new high, 24.78. It made a new high, pulled back a little bit, SRRK. Okay, taking a look at some of the. Look at Ben here. Ben is in earnings play. It's just kind of relaxing here now. BEN. Okay, thank you for that, Kaiser. So, for those of you who are maybe new to the platform, if you want to have this, you just click on the link. It should show up in a new browser or a new tab. There's the link up here. Just highlight it and copy it, Control C. Once you've done that, from the toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and it should show up right there in that box. Now, if for some reason it doesn't, if it's blank, just paste it in, Control V it in. Otherwise, you just load it. And there we go. Quick pullback trend continuation scalp. They spelled continuation wrong. That's probably Steve's. And as always, you want to make adjustments. Right click, configure, and here are the filters. You can always make adjustments. Well, Harley Davidson may be getting tired, but it's still moving higher. A little bit higher here, HOG. And what's the market doing? Yeah, so the tech is fading a little bit. The Qs, let's take a look at the Qs. Qs are starting to fade a little bit. And the SPY is negative, Dow is negative. Qs are starting to trend down. This came up on my bouncers tops. BE. Following the market, BE showed up right here around 1660 and starting to fade now. BE starting to fade now. Okay, I have taken a short on this OPTT. Where did I get it at? 191. Okay, just a I don't know what to call it, hunch, but there's my out very underneath two. Just want to see if it keeps fading. OPTT. I was surprised to see that it was shortable. Any sort of move up though, I'm out. And I'm just looking. I'm just looking here. Yeah, nice strategy, hunch. Yeah, my hunch strategy. And what I'm doing is I'm just looking at the daily chart. I mean, it may not amount to much, but I'm just looking at the daily chart. The next low looking left is 187. If it can take that out, it has a shot to get into this area. Okay, guys, if you're long anything, the only way you can get long anything right now, in my opinion, is something that A is maybe an earnings play, so it has a news catalyst or another news catalyst. Because look what's happening with the market. Look at the Qs. Remember they were relatively strong this morning up here. Look at the Qs starting to fall. The Dow is starting to fall. SPY is starting to fall. Big like red candle. So just be really, really careful if you're going to be long anything right now. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert around 22.45. We're at the lows of those candles right there. It might be actually 22.69, but and see if it collapses from there. SRRK. And if you're going to do this, my recommendation is not to take very many shorts, or very many shares if you're going to short it. Just because you just don't know. I mean, you could have an immense pop again, so you don't want to go crazy on it. Even a short number of shares, if it starts to fall, it could really start to fall. $2, $3, $4. So that is my opinion, of course. But Hog, yeah, I mean Hog is getting very close. In fact, is it over that level right there? 3602. Wow, 3602 is the next monthly high looking left. 3602. Well, let me take a look. Ah, okay, sorry about that. So you're going to have to go up here, room drives. Okay, I forgot to load them this morning. I had a lot going on this morning. But it should be available in the folder. But let me just get here. I want to just get the scans in. Okay, there's this one SYN guys over 5. It got halted at 5. No, it doesn't, at this point, it doesn't care what the market is doing. There it goes, guys, SYNL. There it is, bouncers, toppers right there, okay? Just gotta find it. Again, so this is a classic alpha stock. Look what the market's doing. It doesn't care, and I have no idea what the news is on this one. Wow, look at this go now, guys. SYNL. So looking left, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 560. Again, it's a low float, 7.5 million in the float. This RRK is still strong. Man, it is not wanting to give up yet. Yeah, so how do you feel if you're what is he, the CEO, and the stock really jets up higher on that news? How do you feel personally? No, I haven't. I haven't added anything. All right, we're getting close to 10:30. That's when I start making my general announcements. Checking yeah. So again, I was a little suspect with the market doing what it is, to go long. I mean, Hog obviously worked 34.51, probably tacked on almost $2 from there. But the rest of them, Meds, let's see, Meds 709, it got to 730. ISIG 166, got up to 174. So really nothing shaking that well from my watch list today. Yet, remember it's a watch list though, so you can follow these all day long. All right, it is now 10:30. So, if you are new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. Look at Hog almost making another new high. And this SRRK, this looks like it wants to pop up. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can find them in one of two ways. Click on the scans tab. All the scans are here. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I share. Download. Everything will go to a Word document. If you see something you might want to take a look at, all you have to do is copy the link. Once you've copied the link, file, load from cloud, and the link should appear here if you've copied it. If not, just paste it in and then load. Then it will appear on your screen. And if you like it, you can of course make some alterations to it if you want. But if you like it, don't forget to save it to the cloud. Okay, right click your window, your scan, right click, save or share to cloud, and save. Then it's in your cloud. Then, you know, if something happens, it's there for you all the time. Okay, I do want to put these in here. Subscription links. And before I talk about the subscriptions, give me a moment here. Okay, so you notice I've got something called the Next Test Drive sign up. If you click on that link, you'll be brought to the sign up page, and the test drive is going to start on November the 9th. It'll run to November 20th. That is 2 full trading weeks. So for $8.99, you can have access to our full premium service for those 2 full trading weeks. Clicking on this link, what that'll do for you, you'll put in your email, and then once the sign-up procedure is been set, you'll get an email showing exactly how you can sign up for the test drive. Okay, so we don't have free trials. It's obviously about as close as you're going to get to a free trial, $8.99. Why do we charge? We have to pay the exchanges for the data. They don't care that we'd love to give it away for free, but they want their money. So that's why. Last time we had 4,000 people signing up for the test drive. So no idea how many are going to sign up this time, but so there is the test drive link. Now my home page. You click on my home page link, and you will be brought to my home page. Imagine that. So there is the promo code. If you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas link. And just like it says, choose your plan. So we have annuals and monthlies. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, okay, between premium and annual. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can stick with a monthly plan if that's what you want. Standard plan is $118 less the 15%. Premium is $228 less the 15%. Again, the discount's only good for the first month. If you do decide you want to upgrade, though, from, say, standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so, and we will honor the promo code. Yeah, there are some differences. Dan in the YouTube feed is saying, another big difference is, I mean, if you're somebody who likes to backtest, like have a strategy and backtest it, you need our premium service. Just that most of our customers don't do it, Dan. So that's the reason why most people take our premium service is to have access to the AI. But certainly there are other differences. So on my homepage, you also have Get the Trade of the Week delivered to your inbox every Monday morning, approximately 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. I do a daily video. I usually start it just after 1 o'clock, kind of a recap what's happened in the room. A lot of good links here. It's not just the webinar link. Well, I'll click on the education links. Okay, 20 lessons in 20 days. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I would really recommend you take a look at this. I'm going to just pop that link in. Okay, the 20 lessons, of course you can go at your own pace, but the 20 lessons in 20 days, take the lessons. And you don't have to be a subscriber. You want to take a look at some of the basic features that we have to offer. But if you are a subscriber, how to build a top list, how to build an alert window, customizing charts, a single stock window, etc. So it's got most of the basic features of Trade Ideas are right here. Daily support session. So there is a YouTube feed concurrent to this one. It's the same format. They can see my screen. They can hear me. And I monitor it between 9 and noon. But between 12 and 1, another trader takes over. Today it's Steve Gomez, who is the main originator of the trades of the week. So you can always join that. I take a break between 12 and 12:30 in this room. But the other room, from 12 to 1, Steve Gomez will be there today. You can, I'll put the link in before I leave, but you can also just sign in right here. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos and trading books. Okay, so a lot of good links from my homepage. Now I do want to talk a little bit about the AI. So what the AI does is this. Look at, by the way, guys, look at CHFS. CHFS. I'm just noticing here I have a thumbnail on another monitor. Nice little pop here. This was on my watch list this morning. No, it's right here too, 683. So this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes. The AI gets to work on an optimization routine. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. And these are, out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Now, how to follow the AI and the strategies. You have to have our premium service. What I would do is I click on New from the toolbar, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. And this is the window you'll see. You have an entry, you have a stop. You basically manage the trades as you see fit. Okay? And it's like, I treat it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes you'll get an alert, might be a little early, but keep an eye on it. Might give you a better entry later on. Yeah, Momo is looking good. Somebody's talking about Momo in the YouTube feed. Yeah, it's looking very good. I think Lily talked about this one on Friday as a potential swing. It's still looking pretty strong. It's not, it's obviously kind of more or less trading on its own. I think this is it's a China stock. Unfortunately, he made a mistake, so it's not working today. Holly 2.1 is not working today, so there was an error in an inputting, so it's not working today at all. Okay, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, you can only have Brokerage Plus if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So from the toolbar, click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, now this eventually. This is, you'll notice here, it's up in the toolbar also. I'm on a development version of Trade Ideas. I'm hoping that this development version will get released certainly by the time the test drive starts, so you won't have to find Brokerage Plus. So if you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you would just click live and you'll be connected to your Interactive Brokers account, and you can trade this window from within. You can trade using the Brokerage Plus window from within Trade Ideas. How to do all that? And again, remember, only an Interactive Brokers account works with Brokerage Plus. And I am going to put the video to show you exactly how you can do all that. It's a 25-minute long video, but it is segmented. So in other words, if there's a certain aspect of trading using Brokerage Plus and IB, it's all segmented, so you can go right to that segment, okay? So you can do things like set up, your own buying and shorting parameters. So you get an alert, you click on the chart, you like what you see, and you can pick how you want to trade it. What we call one-click trading, but that video shows you exactly how to do all that. So those of you, again, with Interactive Brokers, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account. For a lot of you who are new to trading, I would absolutely recommend, though, that you connect to the simulator. I'm connected right now to the simulator. And you can use this to paper trade, to do simulated trading. It uses our real-time data, so it has no bearing on what account you've got, what brokerage account you have. And, we just recommend before you start committing money to the market, practice trading. Okay? It's very simple to do. You click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to short it, most of you who are new will not short, but if you did want to short it, you click the big sell button. And if you want to buy it, to go long, you click on the buy button. Okay, so let's just take one to show you how it works. So let's just say we wanted to go long chefs. I'll go in at the market, take a couple hundred shares. I'll buy it right at the market. It wasn't a horrible spread, so I can go in at the market. So you see, it took it at 7.45. Okay, now before you take any trade, and I'm doing this sort of backwards, but before you take any trade, you always have to have a stop. Okay, so in this one, maybe a little difficult, but I'll put a stop here. But again, this is all set up in your head ahead of time. This is not after the fact, but I'll put the stop in at 7.15, the low of the bodies of these two-minute candles. Add the stop order. 7.15. Add it, and you'll see that it'll appear right on the chart. Okay, so if the stock goes down to 7.15, I'll be taken out for a $59 loss if I just allow it. Yeah, Dan, we are, but we've been looking at it for so long now that I don't even talk about it. When it happens, it happens. We're also doing it with E-Trade and TDA, but when it happens, I just don't talk about it anymore. Okay. We thought it was going to be by now, but now I can also put a target in if I want. So let's just put a target in. I'll put $8. So you'll notice that the target will appear right on the chart. So if it gets up to $8, I'll be taken out for a $111 gain if I don't move this. Same thing here. You can treat this like a trailing stop. So if it starts to work, you can start moving this stop up. Okay, like a trailing stop. And also, if it starts to approach your target, you don't have to let it take you out. If it's really trading well, you could move your target. You don't have to do it on the chart, of course. What I could do is, if I wanted to sell half my shares, I could. These are hotkeys, so I could sell half my position. If I wanted to get out completely, I just flatten. Or if I wanted to double my position, or I could go in here and trade a certain number of shares. If I wanted to trade 50 shares, I would just type it, and if I want to sell at the market, I would just sell. Okay, so very simple to use. So I would really encourage anybody who's new to trading to use our simulator. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Thoughts on it? Okay, my thoughts are low volume so far. That's a low float. I think it's got probably a lot of resistance around 10. Is it Russian stock? Oh, I'm just looking here. The news. Sterobot piloted at Lithuanian University. Unless that's not in Lithuania. So, I mean, I had some news. I mean, I had a nice day yesterday, obviously, and a bit of continuation. But if you're asking me to interpret the news, I mean, I just, obviously the market yesterday, I guess that news could have been even yesterday. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here on this, had I been managing this, I probably would not have let it go down. I mean, if this were my real account, I would have not let it go down to 753. Probably would have taken some out. I'm always somebody who a little wary about the whole numbers, breaking the whole numbers. So I would have probably taken at least half out in this area with more shares, of course, to make it worthwhile in my real account. But well, I wouldn't necessarily have been in Chef up here. Remember, this is my simulator. Okay, I mean, I would have rather taken it. There was my original alert, 683. Maybe taken it on a 7 break. So I mean, I'm going to flatten. I'm going to get out of the position. I mean, this was just to demonstrate the simulator. That's all. But the original alert from my watch list was a 683. So pretty good alert. When it's over $1. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, so I'm back and just kind of watching this OPTT, not really doing much. I want to see if it has a bigger collapse. All right, let's take a look at what Real is talking about with the HOG. So he's talking about there's the 8 EMA now. It may be different. I know it's going to be different, Real. There's the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So he's talking about a break here. And also a cross here. Crossing the 8 EMA, maybe crossing down below the 20 SMA. Okay, meanwhile, CHFS is continuing. Got that little pullback here. Guys, SRRK is getting a little bit interesting now. I'm watching to see if we have a big collapse underneath this 25. All right, guys, I took myself out of the OPTT, took a 4-cent loss on it. I might look at it later. Guys, there's the 25 on the SRRK. If you're going to short this, you're on your own, okay? I mean, I may do some stuff, but I mean, it's so crazy. I don't want to influence anybody, so so XLNX. Oops. Just a minute, I've got to find now my. Okay, so you know they bought a company, buys a Thrive. It's a private company, so that was the big pop pre-market. Yeah, Xilinx. I think. Am I wrong on that one? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. AMD bought Xilinx. AMD bought, and it's stock also. So consequently, if AMD is falling, yeah. So AMD falling, so it is tied to the AMD stock price. I thought it was a combination of cash and stock. I may be wrong, but I thought it was a combination. It's an all stock deal. That's what it is. In fact, it's so is no cash. A $35 billion all stock deal. So that's why there's no. That's why it's kind of. It's going to be so tied to the AMD share price. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But so you have to watch AMD and see what it's doing. A parabolic. I don't have one off the top of my head. A parabolic scanner setting. I mean, a lot of these, the basic new highs and lows. I mean, some of them are just. I mean, I can give you one. It's called the Momo up and down, up. I mean, so that's basing a lot of it on big volume pops. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Whether it's as parabolic as you want, I don't know, but I can give it to you. Okay, I just posted the link in. Oh, a lot of games right now with SR, not games, but seeing how well it holds underneath 25 for SRRK. A lot of games right now on that SRRK. Not games, I shouldn't call it games, but looking for an utter collapse here. Again, guys, I mean, I'm trading this. I cannot, I don't recommend anything, but you just got to be careful. All right, so this is not an IPO, guys. I remember seeing this one yesterday. COGT, probably a symbol name change back here. Excuse me, this week. WEI, yes, I mean, some have been mentioning this one. It's had a big, big move now. I mean, remember though, this had a massive pullback. 550 did close pretty well, but you know, the last few days, now it's trying to have a bit of a comeback here. Again, this is one of the China fins. So maybe they're starting to, maybe these fins are starting to, see what LX is doing. Maybe these China fins are starting to come back into play. Remember last week, Monday and Tuesday, we had so many of them. Okay, can Hog? Okay, we have the cross now for Hog. Real was talking about it. 3641. There's the 2 minute on the 2 minute chart. The 8 MA crossing down. Now again, it may not be the same as what Real has because we do use Real. We are using pre-market data also. Okay, so this had a bad day. This is a big Canadian. I mean, it's hard to believe big, but it's a $3 stock. They bought Husky Oil yesterday, or merging with Husky Oil. Boy, we're just absolutely beaten up though. CVE. Yeah, I'm out of my short of the Scholar SRRK. I'm looking to reshort it, and made a little bit on it. I was hoping for a bigger collapse, but back over 25. So I am looking to reshort it at some point. But it is still kind of strong. A little bit of a pullback there, not much. It's still very strong. Yeah, this WEI, now it did hit 225, a little bit of a pullback. He's using, I was just going to answer Fidelity. All right, how? All right, a little actually upward move for Hog. I'm kind of waiting on this. I want to see if he can get underneath 35. All right, watching the market. Okay, so tech rebounded. Tech did absolutely have a nice bit of a rebound there. Take a look at the Qs. Remember they were falling the last time we looked. Choppy as heck, but starting to move up. But overall, but the SPY is basically flat. Look at this, flat. Not like yesterday. Okay, well, Hog is still pretty strong. And so is SRRK. Man, look at this move here. I mean, I'm glad I'm out of it. As I say, you made a little bit on it. I was hoping for a real collapse, but it's not happening yet. 'That was our trade of the week doing PRTS. Yeah, just kind of hanging tough. 1360. That's the trigger, right? 1360. I mean, it did trigger yesterday, but again, tough trading longs unless they have really specific news catalyst, either earnings or some other catalyst right now. $13.65. Thank you. Yeah, just no shorts available for this one. Boy, what a great short that would have been. GOED. Just no shorts available for me anyway. How about you, William at Fidelity for GOED? Look at that float, 1.3 million in the float. I didn't think so. Yeah, I mean, when I say no shorts available at IB, I mean they could look for them, but if they're not available immediately, I don't even bother. It's not the big red dot that says, you know what, there are no shorts available. And that's Interactive Brokers, of course. Well, SMED, it's an earnings play. It's starting to almost go positive. You know, from look at this move from 4.95 up to 6, or a dollar move from the lows. It's choppy though. I mean, look how choppy that is. I mean, 4.96 all the way up to 5, probably 96, and drops. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you now. I mean, I shorted it right around here at 46, 42. Watch it go down here. There's over a dollar. I didn't get it at a dollar. It moved up. I'm surprised there are shorts available for me. How many now? Yeah, they were being snapped up. I think at one point they were about 200,000, 100,000 now. So they're starting to be snapped up. And while we talk a little bit about shorts being available, you know, and I can only speak to my broker, if there are no shorts available, you know, and that's widespread, then there is not the downward selling pressure that is put on when people short it. You know, it could go down eventually, obviously, when people want to take profit, etc. But you don't get that added downward pressure of a lot of people shorting it. Well, this does not trade very much. You can see right there, 17 million is traded. That's 707 times normal. But you can just, I mean, look at the daily chart. You can't even see the previous. Well, what a gap this still has to fill. The CHFS. Yeah, this thing with Fidelity is certainly impressive, I have to admit, in terms of having shorts available. Finally, look at CIT. This has been a star ever since earnings. It was actually an AI alert, I believe, somewhere around here, and kept moving higher and higher and higher. Yesterday, of course, it did try, but succumbed to the rest of the market. Now starting to move down. I don't know. I really don't know if it's available in Canada. My instincts say no, but I don't know. Okay, I'm watching this one closely, the CIT right there. A little bit of a pause here. I know it's chasing it a lot, but I mean, look at the room it's got to keep falling, CIT. And if the market, I like to see the market falling though too. It's not halted, no. Why would you? No, it's definitely not halted. Well, that was a long time ago. SYNL. I mean, it got halted at 5, pulled back. I mentioned a break of 5. Right there, it popped up to 540 or so, pulled back a little bit. HFS still strong. Again, wondering if it can take out 8. I mean, look at the gap, guys. I mean, this is a big, big gap. What a day it's having. Look at the volume there. 2 million in the float, so it's going to trade the float today. 2 million, it's traded already. 2.7. Was it today it had the reverse split? Was it today? Not today. I'm going to look at that had. Oh, okay. Well, they're doing the right thing then. they're coming out with a press release after the reverse split. Get people interested again. If it was on the 19th, now that is interesting. Because we still have 2.7 million shares in the float. Now normally this float information gets updated twice a month. The 15th and 30th or something. So what was the ratio? Because if that's the case, that looks like reverse split after the reverse split. I mean, is it even less than 2.7? Well, we're close then, 1.2, unless it was a 50%, 1 for 5, or 1 for 2, which I was 1 for 30. It's interesting. That would mean in theory, because this gets updated twice a month. Okay, watching CIT really closely here. A little bit of a pull up, and I want to see if it takes this out again and continues down. Just means that you should be could be prepared for a financing down the road. They usually do this ahead of time. They can't, if they want to do a financing, a company wants to do a financing, they can't just do it without unless they have the share. So they usually, so it's a registration to issue up to over time. So they could be doing financings down the road. More than likely they will. It doesn't mean the financing. So they have the mechanism in place ahead of time. That's what companies typically do. And then if they want to do a financing, it's there. Hog is still strong. Well, if they do a financing, not 100% guaranteed. We've seen, but if they do a financing, typically the price goes down. Yes, not 100% guaranteed, but normally because it's dilution. But we've seen many cases in which a stock does a financing and shareholders shrug it off even the day of. So there's no 100% guarantee, but I would say the norm is for a stock to go down in price if they announce a financing, yes. But listen, if you have it now, don't sell because of what I'm saying. I have no idea. Okay, so again, we always tough to see somebody saying they're stuck in it because again, drawer, that means that you don't have a stop, right? In theory, you should never be stuck in any stock. Okay, you should have a stop. I'm not trying to dump on you. I'm just talking in general. But if you get into a trade, you can't treat it like every trade is going to go up. That's just not going to happen. So you have to have a price where you're getting out of the position, with a manageable loss. But you've heard, I know you've been in the room before, Drora. You've heard us talk about that, incessantly, almost like nagging at people, especially if you're a new trader. Even if you're not a new trader, we can all fall into the trap of just wanting to believe so much that what you're reading, or you're so sure that the cannabis sector is going to explode down the road, etc., that you just cannot believe when a trade goes against you. And having the stop in place will dictate how many shares you take too. Yeah, I'm not trying to jump on you, honestly. It's just a matter. I'm just it's more of a general information. Okay. Okay, I'm really waiting on the CIT to see if it's basing now. I want to see if it moves down from here. Just basing a little bit. I mean, it may pop up, but I'm waiting to see if it can move down. CIT. How is AMD doing? Obviously, with it, so you're shorting. So you're shorting the pop of AMD. So you're shorting Xilinx because it's Xilinx is completely 100% tied to the AMD price. All right, been a little bit choppy. Way has been my best Yoda, um, but there it goes again. WEI. Just keep well, but you know the link between AMD and Xilinx, right? I'm assuming you do know that. Okay, but they're buying them. AMD is buying them. I actually think that AMD released earnings. Yeah, AMD, we're wrong. I've already pointed that out. This says post market, but they released pre market. Well, I would never buy, for instance, WEI. No, I don't. I mean, sometimes there's a little into it, but I would not have bought way, pre market thinking it was going to pop. No, if that's what you're talking about. So I'm pretty sure AMD released pre market. Look at our ARTW. So this is another. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a China stock. ARTW. Yeah, it's our provider had it wrong. Okay, keep an eye on CIT, guys. 29 looks like a rejection area. Just wanting to see if it can break down. Is that right? Okay. For the AMD. That's really strange, you know. I mean, it's a big company to have changed to pre-market versus post-market. You know, we see that from time to time with stocks that, aren't followed that much. Right. You did mention that on the CIT, yes. What is FCNCA? Let's see, FCNCA. Okay, so it is starting to drift down. So that's why CIT is. Thank you. Kind of forgot about that. Oh yeah, because it had earnings, but also, I mean, look at the gap. I mean, look at that daily gap. I mean, it had broken free completely, and then when you look left, it had some room. Remember now, we're seeing this in the 32 area at the beginning, and it had room to 30. When I say have room, you know what I mean. Don't mean that it's going to get there, but 36 is the next high looking left on the monthly. So it had room, and it's an earnings play. But I mean, just look at the gap, look at the breakout on the daily chart. And in the face of a falling market, kind of a falling market yesterday, I mean, it's strong. Meanwhile, Way, yeah, actually, there's a red bar ignored for Way on the 2 minute chart. Red bar ignored for WEI. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So another one, chalk another one up for Fidelity. Okay, complete the rhyme, guys. Little Miss Muffet. And why would I be even mentioning that? Little Miss Muffet. Come on, guys, hold. All right, I obviously have to eating her curds and Way. If you have if you're using this and you're using my text to voice, she keeps saying Way. There you go, William. See, Emily Squirrel is again, could be a classic name in a nursery rhyme. Just hard to rhyme with a squirrel. Ben, guys, I mentioned Ben earlier as an earnings play. Ben is starting to move down now. Look at Ben earnings play. Wow. And what's the market doing? Market is not. I mean, it's still kind of hanging in there. Yeah, I'm not going to do a Michael Jackson, but yes, it was a good movie. Good one, Paradox. All right, guys, I'm just kind of. Whoops, what do we got here? Yeah, nothing really shaking the. Well, actually, there's one that I'm getting a little interested in from the AI. There are only two that are under 20. And it's a $15 one. Well, I shorted it earlier, but not from here. I mean, if you get it here, I mean, obviously fantastic, but I did not reshort it yet. All right, so a lot of these financials, not a, I don't have a lot of them, but wow, WEI, well, wishing you well, or Emily well. This is super strong though. Okay, what did it do? There's the next high looking left on the daily chart. Maybe that will stall it. Looks like it's around 266 for WEI. All right, let's see what this has been a interesting one. I mean, it's still strong, but I see what Real is looking at now. Definitely one of the few really strong stocks though today. I mean, look at that, 26% up $7, 23 million, big float, 152 million in the float. Love to see the market falling also. I mean, hog is falling. I'd like to see the market falling, putting in a big, nice big red bar. Not happening quite yet. So the Q, look at the Qs. I mean, they have been all over the place today. Look at this. Chop, 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 chop. Up. You know, this parts is it's just hovering around the entry. 16, I keep saying that. 1365 is the entry trade of the week. Yeah, volume isn't bad. It's actually picked up quite a bit. I still don't think there's any rush to get it. So guys, I'll be taking my break pretty soon here, 11:46. So I'm going to put the link for the YouTube feed in if you guys want to head over there when I take my break. Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube feed starting just around 12 o'clock. And in case you don't know who Steve is, he is the main creator of the Trades of the Week. Hey, one moment, please. Back. Now there's a nice pop here for COGT. I guarantee this is just a symbol name change here. This is not an IPO. I haven't heard that term before. A fallen angel. Fred is talking about that in the YouTube feed. A fallen angel for Alec. ALEC. Looks like there's a lot of resistance in this area though. No, I don't know about this hog. This is so strong. I mean, yeah, there was some money to be made here, but boy, I mean, it is just looking for that utter collapse. Now, what Real would say is probably coming up to a moving average, and it may stall there and resume. Choppy. Look how, I mean, guys, these, that's why these are so difficult. These low floaters can be so difficult. Look at these topping tails, and now little mini collapse here. 2 million in the float. Little gauge of the small caps is IWM ETF. Interesting. I do not see that one. Why not? 184, 4 million. Ah, it's not positive. That's why. Not positive coming here for the SCKT. All right, so Kala had a nice pop, and now it's starting to fall again. KALA. There's another one, isn't there? CLA? I don't know. Can't remember it anymore. Yeah, there's the CALA. So I'm talking about the Kala KALA. Oh, wait a minute. Steve is on vacation this week. Ah, okay. So Steve is not going to be in the YouTube feed today. We have a new support person. His name is Chris, and he'll be in the YouTube feed today. So be gentle. He can handle it. I meant to talk about Fossil just a little bit. Fossil was really interesting yesterday. FOSL. It did finally pull back at the end of the day, but I mean, it was strong in the face of what was happening in the market. Yeah, so the trade of the week, yeah, because Steve is puts that on. So yes, it must be canceled. We all need a vacation sometime, though I don't get one. Man, this is looking... No, I'm not going to be able to do it because I'm going to be taking my break, but this SRK, SRRK, the long it holds under 25, I mean, maybe get that big collapse. Hog is strong, guys. I mean, this is... I'm going to have to just forget about this one for a while. I mean, it's strong. All right, I'm going to put my announcement in. Looks like Chris is just getting set up to take over the feed. So I'm going to put my announcement in regarding my break. Oh man, I know when I come back from my break, I picture this SRRK. I mean, look at it now. I mean, this is really... No, look at this. Meds is making a new break out of here on that 5-minute chart. Earnings play, not good. But the 200-day is right there, so it might stall at 552. Wow, look at the look at the pop for CASI, CASI. Look at the volume that just came into CASI, CASI. Through that 200-day moving average on that pop up. So I want you guys to give a big trade ideas welcome to Chris. If you go over to the YouTube feed, when I take a break here, I'm just waiting for him to sign on. Okay, Chris, typically what I wait for is for you to post actually, so I can see that you are, but okay, I will stop my feed now, okay? Okay, I will stop my feed now. Okay. Okay, I will stop my feed now. Okay. Okay, I will stop my feed now. Okay.
All right, if everybody can hear me, the floor is open for questions. I know there's a few people that I had in some chats and emails earlier asking about linking. Happy to go over any of that with you. I do have experience linking both TWS, Thinkorswim, or Fidelity. So if anybody out there has been having trouble with difficulty with linking, I have experience in all three of those. Yes, I am a new employee with Trade Ideas. I started about the beginning of September. I am more of a swing trader at this point. I uh, started off day trading. Found it to be difficult for me to obey my rules and my stops, so I kind of moved away from day trading more or less, and I moved towards slower types of trading. If I do take any day trade positions, typically what I like to do is after the market closes, I have a kind of a simple scan on a top list that I go through. It looks for some different position and ranges and days, and I kind of like to look for more cup and handle patterns that look like they're breaking up and breaking through some different resistance. Pretty simple with what I use, and I'm a completely self-taught trader. Unlike some of the other guys with Trade Ideas, I never worked for any prop firms or anything else. Everything I know about trading, I actually learned through Trade Ideas, basically. So if you want to see here, I'll bring up what I use at night. what I go through for what I'm looking for in my swing setups. So far it doesn't look like there'll be many charts for me to go through tonight, but so my configuration here is very simple. I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $35. Like to see at least a relative volume on one, 350 minimum shares on this day. I want to see them close at 75% or above of the low of the day. In 20 days, I like to see them at about 85% on that range to the upside, and I like to keep it under 250 million in the float. Uh, I just find that maybe trading some of those other bigger guys with all the institutional buying that can or cannot come in out of those, I prefer to stay out of those. You look at time and sales on something like an Apple, Tesla, any of that. I mean, they trade like a penny stock, and that's just the kind of thing that I avoid. Sometimes I see a blue buy or sell when it hovers. How do these arrows show up? So those arrows, Bert, show up when you click on any alert that you have, and it's going to give you. Let me give you an example here. So, for example, we have UNG here, and should populate a blue arrow over here. I'm not sure why it's not, because this is a long alert. We can use they are not giving me the blue arrow for some reason on these alerts. Oh, for referring to Holly alerts, yes, that would be the AI then, Bert. So here I have Holly showing. Um, you can see here XEL. This is the alert where it came in. This is the exact price on the candle where she picked it. And you can see it's riding the 8 EMA very nicely here on the 15-minute chart. That is my preferred momentum indicator if I'm intraday as a 15-minute EMA. There are no magic EMAs or SMAs, but it's just the one that I happen to like. So Esther, so for swing trading, I'm finding it difficult to figure out what lost ad example. 100 shares, $10. So I would say for you on finding that stop is find what you're willing to risk on each trade and base the stop on that. What are you using as your stop? Are you using a candle? Are you using a rising moving average? Um, those are the kind of things that I think you want to look at for, at least that I like to look at for swing trading, is what it is that gets you in or out of the stock, and then you want to share base on that. Something that I was taught or learned from Barry and some of the other people that are in the trading room is you should be risking the same amount of money on every trade. So your share size should be based basically on that. And so I'd created at some point a chart for myself that each trade that I take, that's how I share size based on that chart. So risking 50 cents is X amount of shares, where it'll change if I'm risking 25 cents. On the day chart, Bert, that is an old Holly alert. So if we look here, we see that there's a buy signal. It was a strategy breakout, has a historical win rate of 65%. Entry on that trade was 72.46, and she took a loss on it at 72.15, 30 cents down on the conservative mode of risk. Mike C, my name is Chris Varley. I'm a new support or trader support with Trade Ideas. I started a little over a month ago. Let's see. My swing setup. Mo, you're talking about what I use for my evening scan. Is that correct? You as well, Mike C. Nice to meet you. I listen in on a lot of the 12 p.m. supports and 5 p.m. webinars, so I know you're always in those, Mike C. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm gonna share this link from my evening scan here. So right click, go save, share to cloud, save and share. And here comes a link for that. Just gonna take that link and copy it, and I should be able to paste it and share, I believe. And right there, there's the link for that scan. Very simple, nothing magic, just what I like to look for. Um, if I go start going through some of these charts here, so I'm looking at shoe here, kind of in a downtrend, running right in the 200-day average. So I'm not exactly sure that's something that I like at the moment. Um, but I would probably maybe mark it up, put it on my like list is what I usually do with these stocks. And this way I like to keep the information very limited in what I'm watching. When I first started trading, I found that I had 1,000 windows and I was trying to look at every single one of them like a scatterbrain and just couldn't figure out what I was doing. And as I narrowed the windows down, I found more success. And so now, I really just narrow it down to a couple of windows in what I'm doing. And the hardest thing I think for me to learn was don't trade every day. There are some days that just there is nothing for me in the market. So I have a chat with you a while ago. Thank you for that. Oh, you're welcome, Hot Peppers. Anything that I can do to help? I have a unique view, I think, as far as trade ideas goes, as being, a client for a long time or a customer for a long time before moving in to work with the group here. So, I have a perspective that comes maybe a little more similar to what all you are experiencing. So, I'm gonna bring up my writing tool and just go through some of these charts here. You don't see the link, Robert. I'll drop it in again. There you go. Let me know if you get that one there. So, where I kind of derive what I look for in these cups and handles now actually was a book that I read. I don't know if I'm allowed to plug books, but I'm going to anyways. How to Make Money in Stocks. It's a William J. O'Neill book. A lot of cups and handle patterns, and he goes through charts that go from as early as the 1890s right up until I think it's 2008 maybe or sometime around that time, and it just seems to be a set of patterns that it works. There's no magic. There's no magic behind it. There's no magic crystal ball or anything like that. But it just seems to be a set of patterns that when you find the right setups with the volume, you get some good results. So what I'd be looking at here on shoe is I just don't see anything. When we're looking at that really makes me that interested with that. You bring this line here. If it got through there, maybe we see some room towards 30. Um, but I just feel like it's really being pinned down at the moment on that. It just doesn't really fit what I'm looking for as far as, trying to find that kind of cup movement there. Um, like I said, I would mark it up and put it on my short list. If it made it above this line here and holds there, then maybe some more interest in it for a few dollars up. All right, good, Robert, you got that. The other thing, this scan will bring up some things like this. See, these are the things that I more find myself avoiding. A big run up like that today. Generally speaking, when I was trying to day trade, especially stuff like that, I found that somehow I participated in the big drops often with things like this. So it just wasn't my type of style of trading, is what I found after a lot of trial and error. And that was a tough pride pill to swallow. It's like anybody else, I want to do this sitting here at my desk, trading, taking money home every single day. But for now, that just wasn't the way things worked for me. Clicking around. So none of these here, going through what will be my evening scan tonight, are really jumping out at me at much, although I believe this is the trade of the week here, which I was watching actually last week before that had dropped as the trade of the week, and in a swing scan I am testing, it actually took a buy in that today, as a matter of fact. So we have that. And this is, kind of what I'm looking at here. So, we can see that we came down, we touched support here, we touched it again here, and we continue to move upwards. I think yesterday anybody could say it was an ugly day in the market overall, and probably not much was up. So I could say this was hanging in there yesterday, as we scroll in here a little bit. And we're showing some strength again here today, even the choppiness of today. So, you know, today's day two of that. I believe it triggered around this price that it's at now. And, you know, proper risk management, of course, always what your risk parameters are. But that looks like so far, a solid trade of the week again, looking for 3 weeks in a row. So linking for Ameritrade. So what you're going to want to do for Ameritrade, I'm not familiar with E-Trade, but I have to surmise that it'll be the same concept, whatever their app is. So with Ameritrade, you'll be using Thinkorswim. So let me pull over my Thinkorswim icon here. All right, so hopefully you can see that there. And what you'll want to do is first start trade ideas in admin mode. So you're going to come to your trade ideas here, a right click, pull up the icon here, all right, and another right click, and you're going to see run as administrator. I'm not going to click it now because I've already have trade ideas running. You're going to click that and load trade ideas in administrator mode. When that's running, you're going to do the exact same thing with Ameritrade or with Thinkorswim or any other brokerage account. And so we're going to click that, and that's going to load over on another screen for me, but I will get you a visual after that loads up and I log in. Just take a moment. As Thinkorswim installs its updates, that can take forever. But that's really the big key behind most of the linking for almost any brokerage platform with trade ideas is you're going to want to load both in admin mode. And then once you're loaded into that, it's going to be going to tools up here and look for external linking. You're going to click add link, and here you're going to see the instructions. So basically what this is telling you is you're going to take your cursor without clicking anything. and put it over your order entry box, and you're going to press shift, and that essentially brings the focus to that window. If you press anything before you get over to that box, even if you press it while you're in the order entry box, you're going to get a pink like that, and you're going to click OK to start it all over again. So let's see, I'm going to shrink down this so that we can see everything here. And I'm just going to bring that. Let me see if I can detach this here. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to find a way to detach the order entry box here for you guys so I can keep it a reasonable size. Alright. Well, I can't seem to get it detached right now. I'll just shrink it way down. Alright, here we go. So, while we've got that over here, if you look over here where on is loaded in there, that's the order entry box. So we're going to click OK to get it white again. I take the cursor, I bring it over there, and I just pressed shift. That's it. And now you can see over here, current linked window, main at Thinkorswim. Now, I know there are some platforms that will require you to look for the rule. You're going to click the drop down here. I've never had to use the rule with Thinkorswim. I did use it, or I do use it with Interactive Brokers. So if we were doing that, we'd click Interactive Brokers Live. We're not, so we don't need that. I'm going to click OK here. We can close that window. And now anything I click in Trade Ideas will load here. Now, one of the tricks with Thinkorswim, and I believe most of these, is the window will lose focus if you click anything else in the brokerage platform. So, for example, if I click on the news over here, all right, news popped up on another screen, but now my focus is lost on my order entry window. So now as you see me click through, the symbol isn't changing. All you have to do, because the link is already established, click back in the order entry box just one time like that, and the focus is back. And as you can see, my charts change, and so is everything else inside Thinkorswim. And that same concept will apply if you don't want to use the Trade Ideas charts. Load your Thinkorswim charts. Make sure that you are linked. Hopefully you know how to do your internal linking inside Thinkorswim or any other trading app that you're using. And those charts will follow right along with your order entry box and what you're clicking in Trade Ideas. And that same concept will apply with almost any brokerage platform. Was that clear for you, Hot Pepper? Let's see, Fred likes KXIN. I've seen him posted a few times. Let's take a look. Ah, exactly what I don't trade. Well, another auto stock, and it's an industry prime for disruption, the auto industry right now with COVID. So we got just under 40 minutes with me still left. Other questions anybody has? Anything you want to see demonstrated? I don't know if any of that will be coming soon. There might be a way to write a custom for it on that SMA question I see there. I don't know if I butcher this name or not, but Aja. If you want to write an email to info@tradeideas.com, we might have a data point for that and be able to get a custom formula over to you for some of that. It'd be a filter, not an alert, um, that you'd be able to add to either a top list or an alert window. Trade candidates channel or table. I'm not sure what you're referencing specifically. Is it Esther? Is it something in the trade bar or the channel bar over here? Trade candidates. I mean, everything over here is a trade candidate, depending on what you are specifically looking for. If I use NinjaTrader software, can I link to platform without using NinjaTrader brokerage platform? Well, you'll need your NinjaTrader as far as executing the actual trades because we're not a brokerage platform. So you're going to need your NinjaTrader account, and you'll have to load whatever app so that you're live with their, that you're live in that account to actually execute the trades. Okay, saw it live in the webinar last Monday. Nah, sorry, I didn't make that webinar. I didn't catch that, so I'm not sure. That would have been Jamie and Steve. Um, so it might be a scan or a setup that they were talking about unique to them. How many days do I hold before I exit? I more use, instead of days, I would say I use indicators for deciding on my exit. I like to use a rising moving average. Depends on a few factors, Mo. Whether we're in a choppy environment, we're in an uptrend environment, or a downtrend environment. We're seeing a lot of choppiness. I'll probably hold a tighter stop. Where if we've been in an uptrend, I'll let it. I'll give it a little more freedom, and that's also how I base my share size too, so that I'm keeping it in that same kind of risk factor. Once again, whatever anybody wants to risk. If you're risking $100 per trade, or you're risking $50 per trade, or $1,000 per trade. That's all dependent on your risk appetite and account size. But I generally try to keep it to depending on what the individual stock is and how it's looking on those moving averages on a daily chart is how I would base it on. I would also venture to say that if I was in something that made maybe a huge run up in a day or 2 days, I'd probably take some off the table right there and maybe tighten up that little stop a little bit to hold on to the profit. Okay, use interactive brokers with NinjaTrader. All right, so I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with NinjaTrader, so I'm guessing that NinjaTrader is that another scanning type of software, or is it an order entry? Yeah, you're welcome, Mo. Oh, chart trading. Okay, so you'd run into this problem then. I think if I'm understanding correctly about NinjaTrader, I don't think you can have two links at the same time here. Well, I don't think. I know you can't. You can't be double linked essentially. So you have to pick or choose between the linking of NinjaTrader and IB. So my suggestion at that point is decide which charts are more important to you. Essentially, I'm not familiar with what NinjaTrader offers. So I know IB offers most of the bells and whistles as far as charts and indicators go. You can move over and just use those IB charts. I know there's been the occasion where the charts for trade ideas was not working or had some kind of odd lag. So I just load the IB charts basically and use those. I do prefer the trade ideas charts. I kind of just like the cleanness of those charts. Again, I'm not trading stuff that is super fast moving, so that delay of a few seconds matters not to me whatsoever in the trade ideas charts. Who is this new employee? This new employee, my name is Chris Varley. New employee with Trade Ideas. I started at the around the beginning of September. Energy. Energy is a sector I have steered away from. So now this one here looks interesting to me. If we give a good zoom out here, a big fall off the cliff. Bring my drawing tool up again. And again, these are the things that I'm looking at. So, you got this trough here. You got this trough here. You see the 200 days starting to flatten out there. And if we open up this chart a little bit, give it a nice zoom in now, you can see all these moving averages are starting to try to fan. You got the 20 crossing back over the 50. That's your 10. This is an 8 EMA. And so, this is something that I mark up, and this might be something that I'm interested in. I also like to kind of steer away from stocks under $10 if I can. I just find that they're a little different than trading stocks over $10. I think, as you move in increments of dollars, you find that stocks have a personality. Stocks under a dollar have a personality. Stocks from $1 to $5 have a personality. $10 to $20 has a personality. It's a general rule, not once again, not a hard and fast rule. It's just kind of what my experience has been. Your opinion on the channel bar, the closest one for getting the settings, or how can we build settings for this one called Shake's Big Move Down, especially a few seconds. So, well, to go with this question that Claudio here has, as far as news goes, by the time any of us as traders see the news, the move has already been made. The only other question I ask about anything with news is it news that's sustainable for a day or two? Or is it news that just made that pop one way or the other, and now you're going to have people either scrambling chasing or scrambling bag holders? That's kind of my 2 cents on anything that's news driven. Something comes out with phase one bio data or anything like that, obviously it's going to be a quick pop and fade versus, something where, some kind of big acquisition talk or, a new product, a big innovation of a new product. Those are things that, obviously are going to have an initial move. And then once the noise settles down, is that initial move sustainable, based on what they're doing? Well, thank you for the welcome, Aja. So I mostly trade shakes and climatic stocks for counter trade. So what channel were we looking at here, Claudio? Channel closest one for getting settings. So, I mean, on the big moves, are you looking at intraday, Claudio? Or are you looking at, what kind of time frame are you looking for? That's, the next question to ask. I think some of the stuff in the momentum here, I mean, any one of these here could absolutely be used for swing trading. That's when you're just going to want to bring out those charts. So, we're looking more for intraday. Once again, I'd say not my area of success and expertise. Scalping mostly. So, when you go to scalping, you're going to be looking at smaller time frames. And like anything else, as far as I do, it's more about those patterns and support and resistance. So let's bring up something that's kind of more of a fast moving channel here for you. Let's look for momentum. Stock surging, momentum. Here we go. So let's bring up this channel here. And Extreme Master Blaster. So, you know, I know people want to have the ultimate crystal ball as far as I want to weed out these stocks and only see these kinds of stocks, and I want to catch it before it makes the move or catch it when it's beginning on the move. But when it comes to these kind of momentum and scalping trades, there's no crystal ball. There's no one fits all kind of scan. This is where seat time, chart time, and experience. That's what you're going to need over time. So, looking at something, for example, let's just look at, chefs here. And this, obviously I would imagine this was alerted earlier. We're kind of looking back in time, trying to look back in time now here. But, when it comes to these kind of things, you're going to need to mark up and figure out what your risk parameters, what gets you in, what gets you out. Extreme Master Blaster is a really excellent scan as far as any of these kinds of plays go. But again, it's going to be, what your eyes are seeing. And, if you want to just create your own kind of layout, clicking on any of these channels here, all of a sudden you can look at what we've got here: low float winners, momentum, Extreme Master Blaster. Well, let's say, for example, I don't like everything that I see in this channel, and I only like the low float winners channel here. What I would say for you to do then is take that low float winners and let's save it and share it to the cloud. So we've got that saved to the cloud now. All right. And then we're going to click into another channel here, and let's see, let's go to the Traders Vault and see what we got there that might be a scan that we like. So extreme high low. This is actually one of my favorite early scans that I used to use that Andy created. And so we're going to save and share this one to the cloud, and we're going to build a layout here together. So we've got that, and we're saving that. So that is now saved to the cloud as well. Is there something else here that we like? Turbo Family Up, another original scan. These are both these two, Extreme High Low and the Turbo Family scans, were the first scans that I was introduced to here with Trade Ideas from Jamie and Andy. So we're going to build a layout. We're going to include the Turbo Family Up, no resistance in here. I like anything that is making new all-time highs. Blue Sky, that book that I referenced earlier by William J. O'Neill. One of the biggest things that he likes to pound home is don't buy stocks in a downtrend if you're going long. Buy stocks in an uptrend. What says uptrend more than anything making a new all-time high? Blue skies, no resistance. So we've got those two in there. Let's see. Let's go to one more. Let's add Holly to our list. So we'll just click on the Omni channel here. And we've got the All AI Trades blotter here. So everything that she's done today. And we're going to take this and we are going to save this as our default. Okay, so when we bring that up in a new tab, that's what we're going to get. And let's see, let's add another scan here. what do we got? Something, let's see what social media is talking about, right? Twitter. Most of us traders love Twitter. So let's see. Bullish sentiment. And we're going to save and put this one in here now. Okay, so let's just call that for demonstration purposes. Those windows are all what we are doing here. So we could start from anywhere, but let's just say that when you load trade ideas, if you don't have a default layout already, social media is what you're going to start on. So I want to get rid of every one of these windows now because I'm building my layout from everything I just saved from all those different windows. So we come to File, Load from Cloud. There's our bullish sentiment. Load. All right. Popped on a different screen, but I'll drag it over here. All right. Again, File, Load, and our Turbo Up family. No resistance. All right. So now we've got a couple of those windows already. We're going to continue to load the next ones. Extreme High Low. All right. There we go. We are going to bring in our low float winners for our momentum on that side of things. Okay, and we want to add Holly, so we're going to come to New, all right, and we're going to go AI, Holly Strategy Trades window. And remember before, we saved as a default the entire AI blotter of trades that she has taken. When we open that, we are going to get exactly what we saved before. Now, the key to saving your layout, we are going to come to File, Save or Share to Cloud, and over here you see Entire Layout. Click Entire Layout. Now check over here. That check means that if you have another layout saved, it is getting erased. So if you have a layout saved that you like and you want to keep that layout, uncheck that and click Save. And we have it saved as layout. So now I will close out Trade Ideas completely. Do I want to save the layout? No, because I already just saved it in the cloud. Now we're going to come and open AI Pro or TI Pro. This is going to open my regular default layout. However, once we're loaded, we are going to load the layout we just built. We will come to File, Load from Cloud, and there is that layout we just built. And here it comes. Now, the one window that will stay static no matter what you do is going to be that Brokerage Plus window. So now I have, for some reason, some of my, probably pinned windows is why that's happening. I have a couple of windows from my old layout that stayed up. But here is everything that we just did and saved. Bullish sentiment, Extreme High Low Pro, Low Float Winners, our AI trades. All right, everything that we just did, all saved. So I know that's one of those things that's kind of a trip up for me, at least at the beginning, was building and figuring out that layout. The other thing, I was discussing with someone in the chat earlier. They were telling me, same kind of thing that I used to have with analysis paralysis is narrowing down that windows. Could you share us that particular layout? Yeah, I could share that layout, of course. So we'll come to File. So Save or Share Cloud. We click Save and Share, and we'll find where that was. Let's do this actually. We're going to click that layout here. So we went to, let's start that at the beginning. File. We're going to do Load from Cloud. All right, there's that layout. All right. And we're going to click Share. And here is the link to share that. Copy that link. Copy. And I'm going to paste it. You can't see my YouTube chat, but that's where I pasted it, and I have shared that. And that is that link that we just built. My other suggestion for you is, an area that really tripped me up, especially at the beginning with trading, is, I basically had every window open that these guys, Andy, Steve, and Jamie shared over the years in all the 5 o'clock webinars. So I probably had about 15 alert windows and 10 topless windows open at the same time. First off, obviously slowing down the computer. Second, I don't think there's a human being that can track that many stocks at once. So what I started to do was individualize those windows into layouts and decide what was working for me or what wasn't working or what interested me. And so I built layouts that are separate. So now I've gotten to the point where I have a layout for pre-market. Yes, make sure you save after you load that layout, Claudio, save it to the cloud. That's exactly it. But just make sure that when you save that layout to the cloud, that you have that box that, clear previous layout is unchecked so you don't erase anything else. I don't think you really have to worry too much about filling your cloud, especially at the beginning, I would say, of creating all your own different layouts, your own individual windows. Once you start to get real comfortable what you like and don't like, then you could go back through your cloud and start to get rid of things. But so like I was saying, having a layout built for all the different time periods, time frames. Right now what I do is I have my pre-market layout. It's very simple. Almost everything from my pre-market layout is from our pre-market channel, with the exception of I do have a top list that has some different ETFs that look at markets from around the globe. It's the one thing that I think I've added that's really different than anything else in that pre-market channel. And then once we start to move to the end of pre-market time, I have my regular intraday layout, and then that evening scan that I showed at the beginning here, that is the only thing that I look at post-market. I don't look at anything else post-market. I have never, in the years that I've been trading, traded a post-market stock. Not once ever. And I don't trade pre-market either, but I like to look at what things are doing in the pre-market like anybody else. Be armed with all the information you can going into the day. How do we avoid deleting the rest? What do you mean, how do we avoid deleting the rest, Claudio? Are you talking about when we're saving it? Yeah, so okay, once again, so when we go to File, Save Share to Cloud, all right, if we're saving the entire layout, so save, and here we are, entire layout, we click that, all right, and over here where it says Clear Previous Layout, just unclick that, and then we can label this so we know that we saved it different. So we're going to write test. So now we have one layout that was called layout, another layout that was called test, but they're both the same thing. So, and we're going to click save. And now when I come back to load from cloud, you're going to see both of those up here. Test that I just did again, and then there's the layout again. That's the original. They're both the same layout, but just, the first one here, and so we know that we didn't erase the old one. And so there we are. We have built a layout. We've gone over linking with TD. We got about just over 10 minutes here before Barry comes and steals it back. The link I just posted, yes. So how do we share that? So we are going to go, after we have saved it to our cloud ourselves, all right, File. Yeah, I got you here, Claudio. So, all right, Claudio, you saved it to the cloud already? Now I'm going to go with the assumption that you saved it to the cloud already, Claudio. No. Okay. So just make sure that you have saved that layout to the cloud before you do anything, just the way I showed you. Okay, so you have that layout loaded that you want, right? Do you have that layout loaded, Claudio? Sure. Let's see here. Okay, so it opened a link. Okay, you're going to from that link. Let's see here. All right. Okay, so Claudio, this is what you got when you opened that. Is that correct? This page that I just brought over here? Okay. We're going to take this link up top here. All right. Copy. File. Load from cloud. All right. Now, it just happened to populate already for me here in the bar where we're going to load it from. But we would paste it if it didn't. Generally, it will pop in there for you automatically, but if not, you're just going to copy from the URL up here, paste it down here if it's not, and press load. And so once again, we've loaded that layout again. Are you with me so far? And let me know when you have that loaded. Okay, now you have that layout loaded, is that correct? Oh, you're the only one asking questions right now, Claudio, so until someone else chimes in, we'll just continue forward with you. So let me know, do you have that layout loaded from the way I just demonstrated? All right, which step are we missing there, Claudio? You have this page here. Well, that's kind of you for going easy on me. I did have big shoes to fill today with Steve on vacation, so. All right. So, Claudio, yes, you have that layout loaded now. I cannot move from that page. Okay. You have this page up, yes? Okay. You have that page up. The address bar up here. All right. We're going to highlight everything up there, right? Okay. We're going to copy. All right. After we copy, we're going to File, Load from Cloud. Click Load from Cloud. Down here, we're going to get rid of what's there, and we are going to paste what we just copied. Are you with me? You don't need the channels open, Claudio. I mean, to follow the steps that I'm doing for as far as showing you how to load this layout we created. All right, I got you. I think that's Barry. He's up and ready to take over in a moment here. So, Claudio, are you with me here? So we'll wrap this up and try to get you squared away, making sure you understand save and share to the cloud. Yes, but... Oh, thank you, everybody. All right, you copied, but then after copying, all right there, Hot Pepper. Yes, I'm sure I'll see you soon. So we got the copying, Claudio. All right. So we got the copy. All right. We come to File. The cloud. I'm guessing by club you mean cloud. Is that correct? So, Claudio, do you have... Okay, you don't have this bar up here, Claudio, that I'm jiggling around now? You don't have that anywhere? You're going to want to make sure that you got it, big enough, wide enough, whatever you need to do. Um, WC Mick, that could be because when you loaded your original layout, are you loading it from your local drive or are you loading it from your cloud? I believe on the web you should still be able to load that, Claudio. You should have this bar up here. There should still be, some of these. I know not all of them are up there. Local default. That's why WCMec. It's the same thing that happened to me before when I loaded it from the cloud. I load very few things from the cloud. Actually, I use my local drive. I always save everything to the cloud so that it's in a backup that way as well. But I load everything from my local drive so that it saves any work that I do on my charts. So that's why you got your default layout staying while loading what I gave you. The cloud is anything that you save. It's, a way of saving things so that if your computer crashes in any way, shape, or form, you have everything that you've ever worked on scan-wise saved into the cloud. And it's, something that we have on a server for you. Uh, you should, if you can, Claudio, if you're on a PC, you should use the app. It's more inclusive to everything that Trade Ideas has to offer. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Looks like Barry's all set to start streaming, and I thank you everybody for taking it easy on me here on my first go around on the live support. And good luck with everything, and I'm sure I will see all of you in the not too distant future. You'll of course find me in the support chat from the homeroom. And best of luck to everybody. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much. Take care.
Because I'm okay. Thank you, Andy. Okay, guys, because I'm going to do my video in a second here. Okay, you can hear me? Great. Okay, guys. So I'm back to let you guys know the YouTube feed. If you weren't paying attention to the trade of the week, that's too bad. Look at the move it had. I did take this trade right around here, around 1407. I have traded some out, and I've traded most of it out now, waiting to see if it can hold this area. But and this is going to be the theme in the video I'm just going to do also. I mean, it's not easy to come up with one trade every single week, one stock as a trade of the week. And I would say that this week's trade of the week is even though NIO a couple of weeks ago was spectacular and PBI last week was great, I would say that this one is even better. Why? Because look what the market did yesterday and look what it's kind of doing today. Not easy to come up with one stock that is, kind of out of nowhere. I don't know if there's any news on this. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any particular news catalyst. Something might have happened here, but I don't know. So I really think that, excuse me, giant kudos goes to Steve for picking this one for the trade of the week. But I have traded out of it completely now, and but I could always get back in. What I really wanted to point out, though, also in the other room when I was talking about it, is that this area right up here, around 1532, would kind of worry me a bit. Okay, so as it got close to 15, I'm a whole number guy, and I think 15 is a psychological whole number to try to get through, number one. But I was thinking, this could be really tough to get through. So, I when I do take these trades of the week, a lot of it is not because I'm going to hold for a week or 2 weeks or anything like that. My mentality is still kind of to do intraday trading, and I can always get back into this one. But again, I look at this area right here, 1538, might be really, really tough to get through. Now, if it gets through that, man, the sky's the limit almost. All right. So I am going to now do my video, and you've almost heard what I'm going to say in my video. So let me just get my homepage link on here so that if you want to subscribe to my daily videos, you can do so. All right, so if you click on my link right there, Barry's homepage, click on the link. Lots of good stuff in my link, but one of the ones is my recap that I do. Excuse me. You can click here and sign up for it, and I usually finish around 1:25 or so, and then the email gets sent out about an hour afterwards. All right, so I will put in the announcement. Where are you? Oh, there you are. All right, just want to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right. Yeah, you know what stock is starting to move a little bit now is that PLTR. It hasn't broken out completely or anything like that, but this PLTR, if you're not familiar with this one, this was an IPO. Ooh, boy, is it all? It's over a month ago now. This the month of the week of the 28th of September. I guess it's about a month ago. A lot of fanfare. This was one of those direct-to-market IPOs, kind of bypassing the big financial institutions, and really has not done that well. But today, maybe it's on its way. Maybe it's starting. So for those of you looking for potential swings, today, where's the daily chart? Yeah, I mean, it's starting to, at least it's taking out 10. Yeah, meanwhile, SRRK, boy, anybody trying to short this one, I mean, I did short this one on my own, got a little bit out of it, but boy, oh boy, what a fantastic, strong stock. It turns on command. Meanwhile, I mean, the market is not helping. Well, it's not really doing anything. I mean, it had the little pop, a little drop, but it's kind of basing some red candles, but not really doing much. Mentioned SMED earlier. I believe it's probably gone positive now. Yeah, SMED has gone positive. Positive earnings play now. I just think there's probably a lot of resistance not that far away. So today is Tuesday. So at 2 o'clock, I will be in a marketing meeting. All right, Hog, looks like it is. Well, I was doing this video. Yeah, I mentioned this. Maybe finally breaking out of this area now. Did I say two? What did I say? I didn't say 2 o'clock. All right, I'll say it now. Tuesday, 2 o'clock, marketing meeting. Be there. I don't know. Let's see. Eli. Well, that's been a nice little move here. Eli. But, no, that's, boy, Callaway Golf. My old, had a big Bertha. Eli, the symbol. Eli Callaway. Yeah, I just Look, I may be completely wrong. We've got a few things in the way of in SMED. We have the 200-day, not that far away. We've got all this, here around 640 to 650. But it's been a tremendous recovery. Okay, the last time I looked, there were 90,000 shorts available for SRRK. It's down to, at Interactive Brokers, down to 41,000. So there are more shorts coming in, but when are they taking this? Man. All right, Vonage, VG is on the move here. VG, very good. Look at this little move for Vonage, VG. That little pop, not on a lot of volume though. Okay, so excuse me. I have a couple of okay ones actually from the AI today, especially the short, the TFFP. Almost $1 now. TFFP. The short was at 15.12. Stocks at 14.14. Fairly, had a little pull up there, but after that, not any huge pull ups. And then the other one is Eli on a long. So it looked like Eli had earnings on the 21st, so last week. But yeah, 2081 and 2145 now. There was the alert at 2081 right here. It took a while, so you had lots and lots of time to get into it. He's kidding you. You had to know the news. Excuse me, sorry. No, I was just saying. I know. No, it's okay to post. I was just saying his comment. If you had told me that earlier. Ooh, MRIN. Ooh, MRIN is getting hit here. Boy, look at these topping tails. for MRIN on the daily chart. Remember what these mean. This stock at one point was right up there. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again yesterday. Sellers knocked it down. They even tried today. Buyers tried again today. And sellers keep knocking it down. All right, guys, let's see. Remember I mentioned this one? Now, my premise may be off right now. Well, not my, all I wanted to do was just to watch this one as it was basing, but it started to drop. I'm talking about the CHFS. So I still have my alert set up here. The problem with it is I wanted it to kind of come out of a bit of a consolidation base and then pop through on volume. It may not happen now. So as would be, well, wait a minute. Look at the SPY. Actually, a nice little candle here for the SPY if this continues. Well, it's only less than a minute. Well, it's going to close in 8 seconds. This candle. Now let's see if we can get another green candle to take all of this out right here around 340. So I mean, the SPY has gone a little bit positive. We have here 20 million. That is from our provider. All right, guys. So with the parts, so I just want to see if this 14 can hold. I wonder if there's any specific news that caused this pop. I mean, that was, out of nowhere. 1378 up to 1492, so over a dollar pop. SWHI. You mean this pink sheet stock? I have no idea. I did see that, the call sweeps. I did see that. 1750 call sweeps. It's really interesting. This is what I'm talking about right there. This is from Interactive Brokers. 1750, and that was at 1213. And right after, or that's right after. There's the 1215 candle. So right after was when it started. Look at the market, guys. Actually, this is we didn't have anything like this yesterday. You know, we didn't have any big green candles. I don't think we even had two. Well, we might have at the end of the day, a couple of in a row. But so look at this. This is a nice move. We've gone positive on the SPY. The Qs have been all over the place, but they're making a move. Well, William, I guess you're going to be pretty happy with your SRRK short so far, anyway. Didn't get up to 34, whatever you were looking for another ad. Excuse me. No, this is still pretty strong. This ZDG, in fact, it just showed up here, 286. That's a late alert. When I say late, don't normally get them that late in the day. Now, the reason why, it had to take out yesterday's high, and that was at 281. It had to take that out. Also, the volume had to be, I think it's 300,000. No, only 150, okay. I saw it. Wow, no kidding. It had a downgrade this morning. So did SPWR. But SPWR is nowhere near the JKS drop. All right, what was that? All right, maybe keep an eye on this ISIG. Starting to crawl back here. Of course, what did it get up to? It got up to $1.74. Now it's through that 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart. How about FSLR? What is it doing? Yeah, so the solars are weak today for whatever reason. All right, guys, I'm just following some email alerts. Jeez. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Gotta watch myself. Just a minute, please. I'm just trying to follow an email thread. All right, what's JP doing? JP, okay, JP, you are a little fin out of China, and look what you're doing now. Same argument. I mean, if this ever breaks out of here, look at the 2 minute, the 5 minute. If it ever breaks out of here on volume, so what I'm going to do is put an alert, but at 191 price alert, and see if it takes that out. But it has to be on volume. You need a big volume bar. Push it through. See if that pushes it through 2 and beyond. I mean, there's the high. Last week the high was 227 or 250-ish. So, I mean, it does have a shot, but it's going to take a lot of volume to get me interested. Ah, I've seen this one ringing all day long. NGL Energy Partners. Wow, what a move down for this one. And it still has room. I mean, this is right there around 276. Maybe some support there. Takes that out down to 2. NGL. Wow. Choppy daily. All right, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, suspended a drug study, CATB. I don't know if it's suspended forever or just today, or not just today, or for a while, or forever. It halted a study. It's a CATB. I sort of lost interest because it's not shortable for me. Well, another leg down for Kern, not shortable for me. KERN. Lifetime low. Wow, look at this one just plummeting here. KERN. All right, guys, I'm just kind of scanning around here, looking to see if there's anything that I can find that might be of interest. No new highs coming in. Even though the market is putting a little bit of a pop, but no new highs are coming in. You know, even last week's trade of the week is hanging in there. It really didn't suffer too much yesterday. Look at that candle yesterday with the rest of the market. And, you know, again, the trigger was 630. Well, this shoe has been basing pretty well here. SHOO, Steve Madden, earnings play, kind of basing, but maybe now it's going to fall a bit. I see that 20 SMA is moving higher and the 8 EMA looks like it's trying to curl down through it. So, however, we did have a cross on the upside right here, 2506, crossing on the upside. So, mixed signals right now. I just mentioned ISIG. a little while ago, trying to, nice little move here. Nice move on volume, actually. Nice move on volume on the 5-minute chart. ISIG, 1.6 million shares right there now, and another less than a minute for this to close, about 15 seconds for this candle to close, or this volume bar to close, and the candle. That should be making the XLNX start moving a bit higher. If AMD is moving higher, this is an all stock purchase, AMD, on the XLNX. Boy, Corsair has been really, really choppy. So it had a nice pre-market move. Market open, look at this. It's been chopping around. Another upgrade. I think that was the reason for the move higher. I had an upgrade by Davidson, who says bullish on esports demand. Of course, if you're familiar with the Corsair products, they're mice and keyboards. Flashing lights. Well, Hog, I mean, look at that previous 15-minute candle. I mean, look at this. It looked like it was going to get right back up, and then it dropped. Now we're looking like this is in a severe downtrend. You know, just have to take that out, that big topping tail. But I mean, because it looked like, all right, pull back over. Now let's see if it takes out to 36. You know, I suppose we should be paying a little bit of attention to this SYNL. It takes out these highs. It's a low float, 2.3 million. I guess I'm not sure if it's the president or the CEO resigned. He announced retirement. They announced a retirement. So I don't know if that's a polite way to say get out. Yeah, I agree. I agree. On the EXAS, looks like they released today. Oh, that inverted hammer, yes. So that's what Real is talking about. You know, when you're watching this one, you thought, okay, maybe now. And then all of a sudden, it shot up, but then it came right back down. So that's, I guess that's what they call an inverted hammer. I just can't get it now. I mean, I actually want to get it now, but I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, and I think this is going to be something I want to pay a lot of attention to. But I mean, look where it could start to drop. Yeah, it's almost like one last gasp for the buyers, and the seller said nope, and then now the buyers have given up. Well, for a while anyway. Even on the 2 minute inverted hammer. Oh, great. I still have to stay here for another hour, Real. Thank you for all the great suggestions, etc. All right, guys, I will put my announcement in that I'll be in a meeting. So I'm still here. I'm just going to wait another minute or so before I join this meeting. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys. Time is it? Almost 2:30, so definitely be wrapping up by 3. Take a look at SMED. I mean, it is starting to move. It is, I keep thinking that it's going to stall. I thought it might stall right around there, but it's taking that out now. That's 650. But there is the 200-day moving average. Might be interesting tomorrow if it can get over 7. All right, this is an earnings play, and it got beaten up actually, but it has a great recovery. SMED. Where are they out of? All right, guys, so what I want to do now is to just take a look at PRTS. And maybe I want to show you how you can do a couple of things in the simulator. All right. Now, again, you don't have this yet in the toolbar, but it definitely in the next release, and certainly by the test drive, the simulator button will be here, so you don't have to sort of search for it. You always hear me talk about, well, you got to go to New and Brokerage Plus, load it, and then finally it's there. So it'll be there. So you want to get into simulated trading right away, you just click on the sim. But again, it's not available yet, okay, in our toolbar. And of course, if you want to trade your live account, your Interactive Brokers account, you would click on live. But let's just do a couple of things here. So let's just, for argument's sake, you can use the simulator in a couple of ways. Well, you can use it obviously to do simulated trades, but you can put what I'm going to call conditional buy orders in. So for instance, let's just say I wanted to take PRTS if it got back up to 1440 or so, 1442 or right around there. Okay, let's just say I wanted to do that. So I could pick how many shares I want to go in at, and so let's just say it is 1445 that I want to take the trade. And I click the buy button, and you'll see it will appear right on the chart. You see where it says, so if it got up to 1445, it'll take the trade. So that's a conditional buy order. We could have also done it the other way. Let's just say I really wanted to take it on a pullback to 14. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to orders. I'm going to cancel that order. And I'm going to do the same thing. I want to buy it at 14. I'm going to put 14 in both boxes here. I'm going to buy it, and you'll see, so now if it goes down to 14, it'll take the trade. It'll take 200 shares. Okay? So that's a way in which you can put in conditional buy orders right on the chart, right here. And let's see if it takes it. Let's see if it gets down to 14. Now, if I don't like what I see, I can always move it. Okay? And I can always move that buy order, though I can't. That's right. We ran through this before. I don't understand why I can't move it. So I would have to cancel it. Absolutely. You just have to click on, yeah, you just, you have to have obviously an Interactive Brokers account. And yes, you would just connect to your IB account. If you don't know how to do it all, I will just pop in this video. This covers virtually everything you have to know about using Brokerage Plus and connecting to your IB account to trade. So let's just see if this pulls back to 14 and takes the trade. Now, of course, if I want to take a trade immediately, I could just take the trade. I could just put the price I want to get in at. If I don't mind going in at market, something like this with 365, 366 bid ask, I would just click how many shares I want to take. If I want to have a price, well, I'll assign a price, and then if I want to go long, I just buy it. If I were shorting it, I would sell it. And these are hotkeys. If I were in a trade, you just get out of a trade by flattening it. Let's see if I can find something. This SMED is interesting. Right at that 200-day moving average. So let's just do this. Let's short it. Let's see if a short works. Not going to get through the 200-day moving average. So what's the spread like? It's a nickel. I'll do it anyway. So I'm just going to sell. So I'm short 200 shares. Okay. I would put my stop. Now you always have to have a stop. Put my stop right up here. Say right around there in that 673. So I'll add a stop order, 673. Okay, so remember this is a short. And it should show up on the chart any second now. Any second now. Maybe I forgot to add it. Let me try it again. No, I added it. It's not showing up. I don't know why it's not showing up yet. It should show up right on the chart, right up here. I should have a line. Oh, I know why. I think I know why. I didn't put 6.73. I think I put $673. There we go. Okay. Knew there was something wrong there. So there it is. So if it goes up to a 673, it'll take me out of the trade. Okay, it'll take me out. Again, would I have normally done this? No, but I just want to demonstrate how this can work. And I can put a target if I do want to put a target. And my target, I'm just going to make one up just to show you how you can get it right on the chart. There we go. So at this point, if I let it run in automated fashion, it'll take me out for a $32 loss at 673, or at 625, it'll take me out for a $64 gain. Okay, that's how that works. Just happens to be a 2-to-1 or a 1-to-2 risk reward. Now at this point also, if I do want to do something like this, if the short starts working, it starts to drop, I could always start right on the chart, start moving it down, moving the stop down. Okay. Similarly, if it was really working well, I could always keep moving this target down. No point getting out of a trade that's working well. Now, you don't have to do it visually on a chart. If I want to, I can just highlight the trade, and if I want to get out of the trade right now, I could flatten it. If I want to get out of half my trade, these are just hotkeys you can use. Or I could double my trade. Or if I wanted to get out of 50 shares, I would just type 50 in here and the price I want to get out at. So you don't have to use the chart. Chart's good, I guess, if you especially on the stop. If you have a really tough time obeying your stops, start second guessing yourself. Maybe you want to leave your stop in, and if the trade works against you, it'll take you out of the trade. That's it. So you don't start second guessing yourself. Maybe my stop was too tight. And I want to see if it gets up to 675. So you'll see how that works. It'll just literally take me out of the trade. And you can see I've got my open P&L. Hopefully that makes sense. What that max P&L of 0 means is that when I shorted it at 657, it never even got down to 656, not even a penny. Because that my max P&L would be showing me, okay, if you're still in the trade, what would have been the maximum you could have made had you got at, literally at the, well, in this case, anything lower than 657. So that's what that is telling me, that it, when I took the trade, it didn't even go down a penny. There's good feedback. Also, this distance from the exit price, great feedback. So, I took this trade earlier in the simulation, 745 for the CHFS. Now, I got out at 750. Now, my max that I could have made when I was still in the trade was $61 on it. But what this is telling me, that minus 60 cents, that's telling me that from where I got out of the trade, it's 60 cents lower. So a good exit, obviously. If this were a big plus, like, $1.20, not such a good exit. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Yeah, no kidding. What a fade after the big pop. My goodness, yeah. Tied to the AMD price, right? Directly tied to AMD. That, well, actually, it's funny. AMD is not moving now, but it did move. This is an all-stock transaction. AMD buying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm thinking the Xilinx. I'm thinking the XLNX. I'm sorry. This is just another EXES it is an earnings play, but they also have bought a company. Sorry, I got them confused. Oh, sorry to hear that, Chris, but it happens, I guess. You didn't have your JKS to trade. Yeah, it's starting to move a bit. The PLT, I love it when you say my PLTR, but yeah, it's starting to move. I mean, it's been, I guess you can definitely say the trend is up. I mean, I'd actually be putting an alert at the high. It's high. I think if it takes out that high, it might give people a little more confidence to get into it as a swing. I mean, it's been a disappointment. The hype on this one before it opened seemed like for months. Maybe it's because of the way it was going to be. The IPO was one of these direct to market as opposed to going through the big financial guys. So maybe the moral of the story is because Spotify did the same thing. And what was the other big one? Spotify didn't do too badly. Well, actually, it's done great now. Because it was, when did that, this is back here. Yeah, 2018. And then look what it did afterwards. Yeah, it was a 150. I think it was 150 down here for months and months and months. I mean, for a whole year, maybe a year and a half almost. Did nothing. Now, since then, but look, I admire anybody who's going to hold through all this. Admire is the wrong word. I would never hold through all this. I mean, I'd like to put my money to work. What was the other big one? There was one other big one, fairly big one that did it direct to market. I mean, there might be others, but I mean, I remember Spotify. I'm not sure if Spotify was the first kind of a big test to see how well this would work. There was another one. There's one other fairly big one. Now, of course, it's almost that why not just go the SPAC route. All right, guys. So you can see how this is now starting to, you know, don't use a lot of indicators, but I mean the 200-day moving average, pretty significant. So now I can start moving this. I can actually just move it to break even if I want. Okay, just put it at almost break even. So you see how this works, guys. So again, if you're new to trading, I would absolutely recommend that you use a simulator, a paper trader, whatever you want to call it, before you commit money to the market. And it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real-time data. And even if you are an experienced trader, to test a strategy first, test some things first, you can always just, see how it works in the simulator first before you commit your money to some kind of a strategy that you might think might work. Meanwhile, look at the market. Whoa. So the market now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's been an hour and 15. Well, that's only a first minute into this candle, that 15-minute candle. But we're now straight down for an hour and a bit. So NAS is still positive. But my guess is that it's starting to drift down too. Yeah, look at it. Wow, how choppy is this one today? The Qs. Oh, I'm glad you. I'm glad you like it, Ethan. Oh, did you? Okay. Maybe not under Ethan. Maybe it was another. Is Ethan an? I don't recall. I do apologize if you did call yourself Ethan. I get a lot of emails. Really? You emailed me regarding the test drive? Okay, if you're talking about, so you filled it in. Okay, it's because it hasn't been, the sign-up procedure has not been finalized yet. Okay, that's all. You will get an email. In fact, in the marketing meeting, I think that the what we call our landing pages are supposed to be created tonight and sent out tomorrow. So if for some reason you don't get it, but I mean it's supposed to be pretty automatic. If you send in that email, then you're in a list, and you should get the sign up procedure automatically. If for some reason you don't, just either come into the room and say, "Hey, I didn't get it," but give it a couple of days. Remember, it doesn't start till November 9th. This is just pre-registration. So you have lots of time. No such thing as a quick question, but go ahead. I'm teasing you because we get that all the time. Just quick question and some convoluted, and I'm just kidding you. Okay, go ahead. Ask your question. Yes. That was a quick question. Yes. At this point, and you know what? I don't even want to say, and soon to be Trade Ideas and TDA. When it happens, it happens. I cannot tell you when it's going to happen. We're dealing with bureaucracies here, and they don't move very quickly. That is definitely something that we do not have, and I doubt very much we'll have the Mac version. We're just trying to really increase the workability, if you will, of the web-based version. I mean, the one thing the web-based version is missing is Brokerage Plus. The one thing. I mean, it's a so if you want to do simulated trading and all that, you have to have the app. Yeah, sorry, I see that big frown. I see it, Rick. And you're not willing to use a program like Parallels or something like that. Okay. You have tried, really? Okay. Because I know we have many people at Trade Ideas who have. Maybe are you running a lot of other things? Is that maybe the issue? Because we have a lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs and they seem to find it okay, Parallels, and other people in this room have remarked that seems to be pretty efficient, but everybody's situation, of course, will be different depending on what you are doing. Either that or how about AWS or something like that? Amazon Web Services or something like that. And that's what Michael Noss, if you know him at Trade Ideas, who is, our. Okay, so there's Locutus, but again, maybe Rick is running a lot of other things. Yeah, Hog, wonderful short now, guys. All right, guys, so before I will be shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. You too, Thomas. So before I go, I always like to just put my links in one last time. Just my homepage link. Yeah, any questions? Yeah, ask them now. I'll stay later. I mean, I will stay later, but... Okay, so there is my homepage. Actually, that was the Trade of the Week link. How did that get in there? Well, that's okay. You should sign up for the Trade of the Week for sure. Anyway, here's the Trade of the Week link, but how come my homepage? Oh, I see what I did. There we go. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to, guess what, my homepage. And there's the Get Trade Ideas, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. Here are we have 4 plans. We have a premium annual, $22.68 a year, or the standard annual, $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. You don't have to have a monthly or an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want to do. $118 a month, less the 15% for the first month only, or $228, less the 15% for the first month only. And again, the big difference is the AI. You can also sign up. There's the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right there. And if for some reason, I don't know why it happens. Some people, they sign up for it, but they're still not getting it delivered to their email Monday morning before the market opens. So if that, you can also, I do have a Twitter feed. I don't really post that much. It's just stock stuff. So at @bbruin44, and I always post the trade of the week there. Okay, before the market opens Monday morning. So and my daily recap that I've already done, you can sign up for it there. All the training and education, click here. 20 lessons in 20 days. Really, really recommend that you, if you're new to Trade Ideas, take a look at this. All the basic features, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. All here. Very easy. It's all text-based, so it won't take very long. The daily support. We have a concurrent feed in YouTube. So when I take a break at 12 o'clock, you can head over there. And there's another trader that takes over in YouTube from 12 to 1. And the daily webinars. Today's Tuesday. So yes, there is actually it's canceled. That's right. Steve is on vacation today. He usually does the Trade of the Week webinar. So he's on vacation this week. So there's not a webinar tonight. But when we're normally Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, you can sign up for them all here. And all the educational videos, watch the videos, and some ebooks. So lots of good stuff in my link. Yeah, I hear you, Jim. Yeah, better to be lucky than good sometimes. I see we had a halt somewhere. I see. This is another SPAC that just got released. Getting tired of this. Another SPAC. Oh, yes, it triggered. It triggered yesterday. It triggered yesterday at 1365. Oops. I traded it today. Yeah, it triggered yesterday at 1365. Pulled back a lot with the market. Let's see if I can bring up a 15-minute chart. Yeah, you can see it got all the way down there. Did not hit the stop. Not even close, really. And then it came back up. Remember now what the market was doing yesterday. And then this morning, look at it. I traded it from here to here. That's about 1407. Got out a lot at 1480, 79. And the balance in this area. Still waiting on it. I am a SPAC-ophobe now. Well, it's like anything else. Too much ice cream is a bad thing. And who doesn't like ice cream? So when these SPACs were coming, I couldn't wait for the next one. But now they're just getting nonsensical. MTCH. There's what Zach is talking about. Match.com. Remember, it's so funny, isn't it? Remember, this was dead. Match.com was dead. Let's see now. I think that was the month. Anybody remember why? This is a test. I do know why, but anybody remember why it dropped? Why Match.com? That was, I think, one day. I mean, I'm looking at the month candle. And it dropped all the way down here. Zach must know. No takers? Thank you. There you go, Gio. Yeah, Facebook says we're getting into dating, and then it's all over for Match.com. It was all over. You know, done. And after that, look what happened. A little bit like Zoom. You know, Microsoft Teams. And Microsoft Team is a team or Teams, very, very popular. But that was supposed to be the killer also. I mean, Zoom had other issues, you know, with security, hacks, and all that sort of stuff. But that was also going to be the killer. All right, guys, it's 3 o'clock. I think I'll wind it up. Thanks a lot for all the help. Unless there are any other questions, I should always ask. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, that today is a wrap. Again, thanks for all the help, everybody. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening. And we shall see you then.